open the border, and people couldn't believe it.
That's right.
They were standing there. What are they doing? They said, go in. That's it. You look at the first day tapes. They opened it up and they said, go in. And that's where all of this began. But this is an amazing thing that they've done here. Really
but listen, people don't have to come here. If they self-deport and go home, they can come back legally. We will let them come back legally.
And there is a lot of self-deportation.
Yes. But if you wait and we bring you to this facility, you don't ever get to come back to America. You don't get the chance to come back and be an American again and work here. So
they weren't with us when the President and the Secretary of Cabinet and we went through the intake. So right when you do the intake, they have the information about voluntary departure. They have the ability. Obviously, you guys are funding that because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So even if they get brought to the front doorstep,
let's say they get in here like, hey, I want to stay here. I want to go back.
We can put them on a plane that day and take them home. We'll buy their plane ticket, go home, and then they get the chance to come back legally. If they wait and say we're not going to do that,
they can come back legally after a period.
Mr. President, you've talked recently about the idea of finding some way to get farm workforce and service sector workforce, and I think you've discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsor.
ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. These are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put, it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people. And they know these people. They've worked on the farms for 15 years, and all of a sudden so I have a great, Ron does, Christy does, we have a great feeling for the farmer and for others in the same position. And we're going to give them responsibility for people. And we're going to have a system of signing them up so they don't have to go. They can be here legally. They can pay taxes and everything else. They're not getting citizenship, but they get other things. And the farmers need them to do the work. Without those people, you're not going to be able to run your farm.
Mr. President, you and the governor tangled pretty hard in the 2024 election. You stand here now. You stand here now as partners on this effort. How would you describe the relationship, and what future does Governor DeSantis have?
I think it's a 10. Maybe 9-9, because there might be a couple of little wounds. So maybe it's 9-9. I think we have a 10. We get along great.
Well, the thing about it is, I endorsed him immediately in January 2024. I raised one of his PACs millions and millions of dollars, and obviously we saved him a lot of money in Florida because Florida was a deep red state. He didn't even have to do a rally in Florida, whereas 2016 and 20, this was like ground zero. And so we've been really happy to do that, and then we've worked very well on this and other issues with Florida. And you can call him at any time, and he wants to be helpful for governors. I mean, I can tell you that. We did Hurricane Helene last year. You didn't hear from the president at the time then, but with President Trump, we know immediately. You just make the phone call.
Yeah, as a follow-up question, I'm sorry, like another thing you inherited. How firm are you going to be with Netanyahu about ending the war in Gaza?
Very firm, very firm. But he wants it too. I will tell you. He's coming here next week. He wants to end it too. We had a tremendous success with Iran. They won't have me. Somebody said, when are you going to sign? I said, sign? They are so bombed out. Did you see the report issued this morning? The place was decimated. It'll be years before anybody even gets down there. So that's not a priority, but we'll have a report and we'll have whatever we want. We'll get whatever we want from Iran. And I think, and I hope they want to have a good country. They have massive sanctions right now, biting sanctions. It's going to be very hard for them to do anything with those sanctions. And I look forward to maybe there'll be a time when we get along with them and they can rebuild their country.
Is there a point where you tell Netanyahu, like, you got to end this now, you got to strike a deal?
Well, he wants to. I can tell you he wants to, and I think we'll have it. I think we'll have a deal next week. That's what I think.
Mr. President, did you intend to announce your pick for successor to Jay Powell earlier than say, or as early as say this summer or this fall?
Will I do something about who it's going to be?
Yes.
I don't know. Hey, he'd be a good candidate. You might do him. She'd be a good candidate too. Anybody would be better than Jay Powell. No, he's causing us a fortune because he keeps the rate way up. I think it's Trump derangement syndrome personally, but we have a very strong country. We're the strongest country. Look, our country right now is at a level that we haven't seen for 40, 50 years. What we're doing now is nobody's seen anything like it. I told you I was in the Middle East The King of Saudi Arabia said to me very strongly, he said, you know what? A year ago you had a dead country. Now you have the hottest country in the world. We do. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much.
When are we going to see that exemption for farmers? And what about other
We'll be seeing it
industries?
over the next
What
couple
about
of
construction and other
years.
industries?
Also, those type of industries.
Will Kilmore Abrego Garcia be the first inmate here?
Right this way. Okay, where's our poll camera? Stills, right here. Stills over here. Brian, just watch behind you. Press, right can sit right here. Pool's right here. Come right up here. There is mold right here.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't stretch very far.
It's going to be right here, and I have a table for you.
Is that going to make it over here?
Madison, can you take the stills to the left?
Good job. Even the microphone works well. That's good. Wow. Well, I'd like to just thank everybody for the incredible job they've done. I love the state. As you know, Ron and I have had a really great relationship for a long time. We had a little off period for a couple of days, but it didn't last long. It didn't last long, and a lot of respect for each other. And it's a great honor to be deep in Florida, the Florida Everglades, to open America's newest migrant detention center. It's incredibly built, and you're seeing that yourself. That's why I said, let the press join us on our walk so they can see what's happening. It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon. But very soon, this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting back to their country where they came from. Quite a few. We're amazed at actually the number. We took the FEMA money that Joe Biden allocated to pay for the free luxury hotel rooms, where he's paying hundreds of millions of dollars in New York City, and we used it to build this project, and Narana was just a little fraction of that money. The money they spent on that project, I happen to know the real estate developer. He's a he never really made that much, but he became very wealthy. With luxury, he didn't do well. With people that are not exactly luxury, he's made a fortune. I want to thank Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem and Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier. Where is James? Where is he? You do a very good job. I hear good things. I hear good things about you from Ron too. No, you really do. He's even a good-looking guy. That guy's got a future, huh? Good job, James. I hear you did really, really fantastic. Worked hard. You're like in the construction business for a few days, right? Congratulations for all the hard work and to make this facility possible. It's amazing. Thanks as well to Florida Agricultural Commissioner Wilton Simpson. Where is Wilton? Where are you, Will? Hi, Wilton. Been a long time. Thank you. Congressman Byron Donalds. Where's Byron? Hi, Byron. How are you? Good. Florida Speaker of the House, Daniel Perez. Daniel? Daniel? Thank you, Daniel. Why, you didn't want to sit up here with us, Daniel? Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie. Hi, Kevin. Good job. Acting Director of ICE, Todd Lyons. Todd, great job. And Senator Joe Gruters. He is a great guy. Where is Joe? We love Joe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Joe is great. With the help of those incredible Border Patrol agents, we now have the lowest level of daily border crossings ever recorded. As you know, last month, the month of May, just got released 2 days ago, the number of illegal aliens into the United States was zero. Zero. Even I find that hard to believe. Somebody must have gotten in, I think. I don't know, but they say zero. And the people that count them are radical left Democrats. So when a radical left Democrat tells me it's zero, I believe him. But there's still much work to do. In the 4 years before I took office, Joe Biden allowed 21 million people, that's a minimum, I think it was much higher than that, illegal aliens to invade our country. He invaded our country just like a military would invade. It's tougher because they don't wear uniforms. You don't know who they are. More than the populations of New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Philadelphia combined. That's what came into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from street gangs, drug dealers. It's disgusting. This enormous country-destroying invasion has swamped communities nationwide with massive crime, crippling costs, and burdens far beyond what any nation could withstand. No nation could withstand what we did, and we're in the process of doing it, but we have some great people doing it now, and you see them up here with me, but it's, I'd call it like an unforced era. It's sort of like men and women sports. It's sort of like transgender for everybody. How could they have done this to our country? And we're never going to forget it. Last year, 15% of all the hotel rooms in New York City were used to house illegal aliens at costs that they never got for luxury. They never got this much for luxury people coming in from the wealthiest places on earth. They made more money with the illegal immigrants, with many rooms costing more than $300 a night, 6 times the rent of a typical American family. In Denver, Colorado, the city was forced to cut $10 million from its police and fire department budget as part of a $90 million plan to house illegal aliens. And it's a population that's growing and growing and destroying Denver and growing, and again, it's destroying Denver, and it's destroying many other cities too. Likewise, one of the city's largest hospital system is drowning in unpaid medical bills, unpaid in the billions, after their emergency rooms were flooded with tens of thousands of illegals, leading to the closure of critical services and And these are really critical services. They can't even keep them open for American patients. The American patients were treated worse than any illegal immigrant. In Los Angeles, 1 in every 4 students in the public school system is from a household headed by an illegal, and most of them don't speak English, so they're in a school system, and they don't have interpreters, they don't have anything, they don't speak English. What a mess, what a mess. Unforced error, all these people allowed to come in. The United States is now spending $78 billion a year on translation. Okay, think of that, $78 billion a year on translation, and smaller numbers on special education programs for non-English speakers in our public schools. So $78 billion, I think that's not a mistake. I would say $1 million maybe, hundreds of thousands of dollars, $78 billion, Joe, on translators and non-English speaking work. Federal government, the Justice Department, it's more than twice the cost of maintaining the United States Justice Department, what we're spending on translation and other things to help. In total, the average illegal alien costs American taxpayers an estimated $70,000. That's each, $70,000. I think that number is even low. If you care about balancing the budget, the single most impactful step we can take is to fully reverse the Biden migration invasion. One of the worst invasions we've ever had. We've never had an invasion like this. We've had invasions, but we've taken care of them. We've never had an invasion like this, and it's with us. And we have some very bad people out there looking to do big harm. That's why the One Big Beautiful Bill includes funding for 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And I've gotten to know the Border Patrol and ICE very well. Unlike Kamala, she was the border czar, but she never saw the border. She never made one phone call. She was some border czar. She would have been some president. Probably would have been slightly better than Biden, though. I had to run against both of them, you know? The one guy, it's like a fighter. You knock out the one guy who's doing badly, then they put somebody else in, but fortunately she was a stiff also. Otherwise, I would have been very angry. I would have been extremely angry. The heroes of ICE will also help round up and remove members of the savage drug cartels which are coming back into our country. And we got them out. Now some of them came back in. We just got them out again, and that's going to be a vicious cycle. But these are foreign gangs. They're horrendous people, killers, that have infiltrated our territory, including 8 which we have designated as foreign terrorist organizations, which gives us a lot more power for speed and getting them out much easier. And we had a great court victory, as you know, on Friday that allows us to do what we have to do from the Supreme Court of the United States. In 5 months, my administration has already arrested over 2,700 members of the murderous Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua, including a pack of these sadistic animals arrested last month with over 280 guns, and these are guns of the latest caliber. These are guns that were made over the last period of less than a year, getting brand new guns, the latest and the greatest. Every day, our brave law enforcement officers are hunting down and deporting migrant criminals who have committed heinous crimes, including more than 13,000 murderers, 11,888 to be exact, but I'd probably say the 13,000 is right also. Think of it, 11,888, and more than half of them, they committed more than one murder. So, Ron, many of them are out of here already, but it's still it's a hell of a number to be confronted with. Just this year, ICE agents in Miami have apprehended illegals with arrests for murder, kidnapping, rape, child sexual abuse, and arson, people of the worst order. We're getting these monsters out of the United States, out of Florida, out of all the places that they're in. And on January 20th, I signed an executive order empowering governors and state police to be deputized to enforce federal immigration laws, and Ron's already taken advantage of it. It's a tremendous advantage for the states. Most of them are doing it. Actually, the blue states tend not to do it. Even a couple of them have, though. And I want to express my tremendous thanks to the state of Florida for embracing this opportunity and being a true partner. They've worked so well with the federal government. It's been just a beautiful, beautiful partnership. So, Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You're my friend, and you'll always be my friend. And we may have some skirmishes even in the future. I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just seem to, we have blood that seems to match pretty well. We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it, very much appreciate it. And also, Secretary Noem, I'd like to say, have you say a few words. You have been unbelievable, the job you've done. You and our favorite person, Tom Homan, have done, and your whole staff, because it's a lot of people, and Tom acknowledges it all the time. He respects you so much. He respects the staff that you both built. And you're really doing one of the great jobs. And it was great that you could work with Ron in Florida so well. Built such a great facility. So please say a few words. Thank you very much.
I don't know if this will work. Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank you for putting the safety and the security of the American people first, and the way that you never lose focus on making sure that America stays our priority and that the families that live here get the chance to grow up and to raise their children in communities that are safe and that give them an opportunity to pursue the American dream. This facility here is a fantastic representation of what can happen when all of government works together and when it's accountable to the taxpayers and to the citizens that live here. The President signed an executive order that allowed us to build partnerships with states and with local law enforcement officers, which is exactly how things should function in this country. More power, more authority given to people locally so that they can take control of their own destiny. And so we have already been working under the 287G program to deputize law enforcement officers, whether they be state highway patrol, local sheriff's departments in all of our states, and allow them to go out with our ICE officers, our border patrol officers, and make sure that we're getting the worst of the worst off of the streets. We also recognize that as we've been doing that and returning people back to their home countries, that we need detention facilities. We need beds to put them in place so that they can have their due process before they return home. And this facility is exactly what I want every single governor in this country to consider doing with us. What happened to start this conversation was that a young man named Jimmy Percival in my office, my general counsel, who came from Florida and used to work here, called up the Attorney General and the governor and said, hey, what do you think about partnering with us on a detention facility that we could put in place that would allow us to bring individuals there? There's an airstrip close by. You guys volunteered the assets that you have and the connections that you have and worked with Kevin extensively so that we could come here, have their due process given, and return them home to their countries. And in 8 days, this facility has been stood up. And I want everybody to recognize that detention facilities that ICE adheres to is a higher standard than is required at state levels, at local Department of Corrections facilities, sheriff's offices. This is a state-of-the-art facility, air-conditioned, isolated though for security purposes, which is very helpful. And I appreciate so many people being willing to work together to make a project like this happen. Right here on this location, we'll have about 3,000 beds. Other location will have another 2,000 beds that will allow us to bring individuals across the country that we are bringing in and incarcerating for violating our laws and immediately get them out of the country as soon as we possibly can. It's exactly what we need to be perpetuating in other states. And what I would say is, I want all of you to notice these flyers that we've got, is that everybody who sees these flyers or anybody who sees these news clips should know you can still go home on your own. You can self-deport. If you go on the CBP Home app and go home now, you will get the chance to come back to the United States legally. You will get the chance to come back and do it the right way. If you don't, you may end up here. And you may end up here and being processed, deported out of this country, and never get the chance to come back. That is the consequences of breaking the law in the United States of America. Listen, our job is to uphold the law. This is a country of laws. We have a border now, and because we have a president that cares and recognizes that we need to be a nation of borders and a nation that upholds the law. If you break the law, there's consequences. We will deport you and you will never get to be a United States citizen. You'll never even get to come back here and work and to pursue the American dream. But if you decide you want to go home now, go home. And we'll help facilitate it. We'll buy your plane ticket. We'll get you there. In fact, I just got back from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras. Those countries are excited to get their citizens home. They're setting up programs to loan them money to buy houses when they get there, help them with food assistance, get their children educated, scholarships. They want their citizens that are living here in the United States illegally to come home and to be a part of their economy and help their countries grow. So this is a win-win for everyone, and I just want to end, Mr. President, by thanking our law enforcement officers, by thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets, and violence against them has increased over 500% since Trump has gone back into the White House, because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing. President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing. The freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are. We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home, and while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself, and they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children, and they shouldn't be living in the communities with our families who just want to grow up, go to job, raise their children to grow up and get a job and to live the American dream. So thank you to all of our law enforcement officers, those in our military that have been helping, our National Guard. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for stepping up and being an example to other governors. I hope my phone rings off the hook from governors calling and saying, how can we do what Florida just did? How can we do exactly what they did? Because we need this big, beautiful bill. We absolutely have to have this big, beautiful bill that has the funding so that we can continue this operation and we can get those bad criminals off of our streets and have the officers to do it so that when they go out on an operation, somebody's got their back. Somebody's got their back, they can do it safely, and they can go home to their families at night too. So this bill needs to pass through Congress so we have the resources at the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that our homeland truly is secure. And Mr. President, thank you for Stephen Miller. I just want to thank you for him. This guy calls me night and day and tells me all of his wise advice and wisdom, but he's a rock star because he loves this country and he's passionate about making sure that nobody is prioritized over an American citizen. We love everybody. We do. We love everybody.
Not everybody.
But, well,
a lot of people.
But we shouldn't be putting people illegally above citizens. We should be making sure that we do things right, and that's what America has always stood for, and we're an example to the rest of the world because we do it right. So, Mr. President, you surround yourself with great people, and I think that's because everybody wants to work for the greatest president that the United States has ever had, and that's President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very
sir.
much, Christy. That's
Thank
so
you for
nice.
your.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say that, you know, when Christie's name was put before me by Tom Homan, by the way, because I wanted him for the border, and somehow I thought that was going to be good in that sort. But he didn't want the upper job, and I said, who do you recommend? Christy Noem. I said, oh, are you kidding? She's great, but she's such a fine, elegant person. He said, sir, she's tough as hell. I said, are you sure? You are tough as hell, I tell you, and you do it in a very nice way, but you are, if you ever saw her ride a horse, she rides a horse like she should be in the rodeo. She's like an unbelievable horse person, and you've done a fantastic job, and Steve Miller would even agree to that. And he likes nobody, by the way. I don't think he likes anybody. And another one we like is Ron. And Ron, would you say a few words, please?
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Welcome back to Florida, and I think this is the first time you've been back since the events of a couple weeks. So just let me say, as somebody that was serving on active duty in Iraq back in the day, we witnessed the number of our troops that were killed or wounded by the Iranians. We know that they're a militant Islamic regime that was hell-bent on getting nuclear weapons, and under Joe Biden, they were about to get nuclear weapons. And because of your strong actions, those dreams and those ambitions have been reduced to rubble. And I thank you. I know a lot of veterans thank you, and people in Florida really thank you for stepping up and really making a strong, tough, but strong decision. I think we're much safer as a result of that. Now, on the immigration, I think President Trump's election represented the chance for us to finally solve this illegal immigration and border problem once and for all. I knew he was going to do the border, although he did it very quickly and very thoroughly. I think that no one can say that that's been anything but a spectacular success. But then we have the issue of Biden let in how many millions of people? And you had millions that had been in over decades previous to that. You can't have a country if you don't have respect for the rule of law. You can't have a country if foreigners get to decide who comes in. No, we, the American people, make that decision, who's allowed or not allowed to come into our country. We've seen Europe be overrun by open borders, so we're not going to let that happen here. So when President got elected, I knew that the states had an important role to play in facilitating this really, really historic mission. We're the only state in America, Florida, that requires full cooperation with ICE from all state and local law enforcement entities. And what is the net result of that? We have these agreements for these 287G task force with sheriff's departments, police departments, state agencies, and it's really instrumental in rounding up a lot of really bad people who shouldn't be here. If you look at the number of those full-blown 287G agreements that have been executed around the country, the state of Florida counts for 60% of those. If you look at the number of immigration arrests of illegal aliens on any given day, the arrests happening in Florida constitute between 15 and 20%. Nationwide. So we're all in on this because we understand how important it is to our citizens. It crowds schools, it crowds medical, it crowds housing. Yes, you have illegal alien crime as well, and people want the problem solved. And the only way we're going to solve it is if states like Florida step up and help the president, help Secretary Noem get the job done. Now, this facility here was really in response to us working with DHS and ICE from the time the president got sworn in. And the number one thing they kept coming back to was, you know, Biden decimated the agency. I mean, let's just be clear. You could have illegals in Florida. Biden would just release them. Even when they had notices or they had orders to be removed, Biden wouldn't send them back. So their interior enforcement collapsed under Biden. So they're building it back up. But they're like, we need detention space in order to be able to bring about more deportations. And so what we have here can hold 3,000 now. We have 2,000 facility up at Camp Blanding that we're going to be open, which is our National Guard site. But think about what you have here. They come here, say they already are been ordered to be deported. You drive them 2,000 feet to the runway, and then they're gone. It's a one-stop shop. And this airport that's been here for a long time is the perfectly secure location. It's going to make a big difference. And let me just thank everyone who was involved. We got the call from DHS a little bit more than a week ago, and here we are 8 days later with this facility open, and as soon as Air Force One departs, it'll be swept, and it'll be open for business to be able to do. But our goal here is to process them and be able to effectuate their return to their home country. This is the opposite of what they were doing in New York by just putting them up in a hotel and then just letting them stay there indefinitely. No, we want to be able to send back. And when you walk into the processing, the president and I, Secretary Noem, Kevin Guthrie, walk through that initial intake, the first thing you see is information on how to go home on your own. Why would you want to come through Alligator Alcatraz if you can just go home on your own? I think a lot of people are going to make that decision. So you're going to have a lot of deportations that are going to be done by the administration, but I think you're going to have a lot of voluntary as well. So this is a force multiplier for the president's efforts. I would just say and echo what Secretary Noem says. There is no reason why other states can't be doing it. And I know Louisiana, Texas, a couple of them, but we've got if only the red states did this, they would be able to expand their capacity by tens of thousands, maybe 50, 100,000 on a given day. That's how you really start to make a difference. And so we're proud to be able to partner with the Trump administration on that. Mr. President, thanks for coming down. I think you highlighting this is going to move the needle in a big way throughout the country, and I think it's going to help all of us achieve the really big results that I think our voters want to see.
Thank you, Ron. Great job. Thank you. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. My name is Kevin Guthrie. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management. And I'd also like to thank President Trump and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noam for joining us here today and for their continued support. I want to thank first by thanking the man to my right, and that's Governor Ron DeSantis, whose bold leadership and swift action made this project possible. Make no mistake, this facility would not be standing here without the President, the Secretary, and the Governor's vision and determination to uphold the rule of law. Florida is and will always be a law and order state. Even before the President took office, the Governor made it clear that illegal immigration would not be tolerated in the state of Florida. When the President and the Secretary asked Florida to help, the Governor empowered our state and private partners to work collaboratively and deliver real results on a rapid timeline. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is best known for leading the nation in hurricane response and other natural disasters. We understand how to act fast without bureaucracy in the face of any emergency. Our teams built roads in 8 hours, bridges in 3 days, base camps in 72 hours, and full causeways in 2 weeks. Getting things done quickly, efficiently, and correctly is at the core of our mission. We simply just want to be the best at what we do in the nation. When the Governor called me, and we answered, and we were proud to bring our logistical expertise to the table. We know how to set up base camps for guardsmen, first responders, linemen, volunteers, and other aid sources, and distribute that in a matter of days before a storm. We're able to translate this knowledge to what we did here at Alligator Alcatraz. Florida has put the best teams together who check their individual logos and egos at the door to get this done. Not just for you, Governor, but Mr. President, for you as well. There are over 13 different vendors that came together to get this solved in 8 days. Truly a whole of private sector partnership to get that done. Behind you on these boards, in only 8 days, we have built a fully compliant detention facility with a detainee capacity of up to 3,000 people, with room for additional capacity if you asked us to do so. The detention facility includes over 158,000 square feet of housing and is a fully aluminum frame structure rated for winds of 110 miles an hour or a high-end Category 2 for those people that don't think that we're taking that into consideration. This is Florida, by the way. Power supply is fully redundant with backup generators in place. We've put a staff village here on site with a capacity of 1,000. Our services are hot meal 3 times a day, 24/7 medical facility, pharmacy, air conditioning, access to indoor and outdoor rec yards, legal and clergy support services, laundry. Our security element is over 200 security cameras throughout the facility, more than 28,000 feet of barbed wire, 400 plus security personnel to include 200 men and women, soldiers and airmen underneath Major General John Haas's command as the Adjutant General of Florida. And it's all surrounded, as you pointed out, Mr. President, by 10 miles of beautiful Florida Everglades. Contingencies, as with all state correctional facilities, we have a hurricane plan. We will not wait for a Cat 2. We will follow our normal evacuation procedures as we do for any other facility statewide in our great state of Florida. We have on-site fire and EMS resources so that we do not we don't burden the locals with any type of response. All in all, sir, this has been a perfect state logistics exercise for this hurricane season. Everything we did here in the last 8 days, God forbid, if we have a hurricane, we're going to do it again. This was a dress rehearsal for us, and we are ready, willing, and able to support you, sir, the governor, secretary, and everything that you need us to do. Just a week ago, it was a taxiway and a runway, and now it's a fully functioning facility. We are happy to support you, Mr. President, Governor, Secretary.
Fantastic job. Thank you. Byron, please.
There we go. First of all, Mr. President, we all have to thank you for your leadership and for the mandate that the American people gave you to finally secure our borders and to deport criminal illegal aliens and longstanding illegal aliens out of the United States. That is a mandate given to you by the American people. I know Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller, Governor DeSantis, myself, on behalf of the other members of Congress in the Senate, and of course here in Florida, we are behind you 100% in that mission. To the governor, I really appreciate you and commend you for your leadership on this, taking swift, decisive action to building this facility. One of the things that has occurred because of the work you did earlier this year with the legislature is that our sheriffs are out there every single day. They are arresting these criminal aliens in our streets, and they're seeing some backlog in their jails. So this facility primarily goes to address some of that backlog and then to help us fulfill the mission that the president has led us to. So Governor, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your decisive action on this. It really does mean a lot to all the people of Florida, of course the people of the 19th Congressional District. Secretary Noem, I mean, what can I say? The president's right, you're double tough. So we appreciate all your leadership. You and Tom Homan have been doing a great job. And I'm actually going back to DC after this because we have to vote on one big, beautiful bill in the House. We have to get that to the president's desk so we can get you the resources that you need to fulfill the mission that the American people have asked us to do. I totally agree with what Mr. Guthrie has said. This is a logistical marvel when something like this occurs. We've seen Florida Department of Emergency Management answer the bell time and time again. The governor has said we need to accomplish this, and DEM gets that job done. And we had a side conversation about, I know there were some concerns. People were like, well, what happens if a hurricane comes? What happens if this happens? And I looked at Kevin Guthrie and I said, you already have a plan, don't you? And he goes, of course we have a plan. You know that we do. This is what Florida does, Mr. President, and so I want to commend you for your leadership and your vision on this. Governor, thank you for all that you've done with your vision and determination. Secretary Noem, we're going to get the bill done so you get the resources you need. See you, sir.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you. You know, I'm waiting, listening to these wonderful words, and they are music to my ears, but I was also wondering how we're doing, because I know this is prime time. It shows that I care about you, because I'm here, and I probably should be there, but we do care. Thank you very much. James, please. We're all happy now, James.
Yeah. Well, I can speak on behalf of all of our sheriffs, state law enforcement, our police chiefs. We are going to continue to make arrests, our pedals to the metal, as many as we can. We want to fill this place up. The governor and Kevin have shown they can build bridges in 3 days, so why not some detention facilities? Hopefully there's more to come. And you really kind of were the inspiration for this. We like the idea of reopening the original Alcatraz. I don't know if that can happen or not, but we thought, hey, we've got our own natural Alcatraz in the middle of the Everglades. Right. Great runway, great perimeter, so let's make it happen. In Florida, we walk the walk, and we will deliver for all of you. Thank you.
Well, I heard you were responsible for the locational pick, and you cannot have picked a better location. I said, whoever the hell made this choice, I know you take it a little heat from some environmental groups, but I take it all the time, and that's an honor. But I heard you were very responsible for that choice, and that was a big choice. Thank you very much. Great job, James. Thank you. You want to finish over here, and then we'll go over here. We'll go back and celebrate the big, beautiful bill that you just got passed. You sure that's right, Brian? Yeah, all right. Wow, good. He's doing a good job.
Right.
Wow.
Mr. President, first of all, I just want to say how grateful we are that you're back here in your home state of Florida. You've been doing an amazing job, not only at our border, but around the world, keeping this country safe and Americans. We are grateful for your leadership. God had a plan for us, and it was Donald Trump. So thank you for that. As a member of the Immigration Board and as the Commissioner of Agriculture of this state, I've been happy to help lead with the governor and the rest of the cabinet on this issue. We're very proud, Secretary Noem's here today and others, to represent not only the United States in our efforts to make this commitment to keep our citizens safe, but we're going to continue in Florida to remove the barriers to have your vision come true of a safe United States. We're going to get these illegals, the illegal criminals out of this state, and we really appreciate you and your leadership in this effort. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Gruters, State Senator. I'm a member of your Homeland Security Advisory Council, your Vice Chairman. Thank you for that appointment. And thank you for coming back to Florida and everything that you do. Every single day you are delivering on the promises that you promised to us at all of the events you've done throughout the years, but specifically this last campaign. You deserve all the credit for everything, and you are surrounding yourself with incredible people like Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller, and just like your big, beautiful bill here in Florida, there was a lot of commotion about our immigration bill. And we had 3 B's in that: beds, badges, and bad guys. And this goes right along with our beds and the resources. And I give the governor, Ron DeSantis, a lot of credit for stepping up and making sure that we all work together, because at the end of the day, even if sometimes there are skirmishes, as a result of the back and forth, we ended up with a better bill, and we all win. And what we're doing here in Florida hopefully will happen all across the country. You've done, your leadership is amazing. Keep up the great work, and just know that Florida loves President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate it for a long time. Appreciate it. By the way, Okeechobee is something that we did together also, and that was a lot of money spent. I hope it was well spent. I know we did a Rolls-Royce job, but it's a lot of money that we spent out there together. And how is it going?
You can delegate that to us, because we move faster than the Army Corps.
Good.
So we will finish that reservoir.
Good.
If you delegate it to us, I'll get it done and much quicker.
Oh, I would do that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Let me ask myself permission. Permission granted. Go ahead, get the thing, get it complete. You want to do that?
All right, we're gonna go talk
Go
to
ahead,
the Army
do it.
Corps
Good.
then after this.
Good. You can move faster, actually. Please.
Thank you. Sir, just first on behalf of the men and women of ICE, we just want to thank you for allowing us to do our job again. You know, your vision and under Secretary Noem's leadership, this is what the American people want. And I hope that you see great results of what we're doing out there every day, getting the worst of the worst out of our communities. Because of you and Secretary Noem, I have the privilege to lead one of the most premier and the finest law enforcement agencies that we do have in the United States. And the men and women of HSI and ERO Miami do incredible work like you highlighted. And with the governor in the state of Florida, the partnership in Florida has been amazing. The 287G program is only going to help us to identify all those known gotaways and get the worst of the worst out of the neighborhoods. And through our Homeland Security Task Force, we are going to make America safe again. So thank you very much to both you and the Secretary.
Thank you, Todd. Great job. Really great job you're doing. Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you so much for coming. Again, as Garrett Ripp, I'm the Field Office Director for ICRO here for the Miami Field Office. Incredible collaborative work we've been doing together, working with the state, working with our local partners. And again, just the 287G is going to open up that aperture and allow us to get those bad hombres off the street and get them into this facility. And we're looking forward to it. And again, just appreciate all your support.
Thank you. Always thank you. You've always been so great. Thank you very much. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. On behalf of Air Marine Operations, my name is Andres Blanco. I'm the Executive Director for Southeast Region. AMO continues to execute and support your executive orders. Air Marine Operations brings a unique capability both in the air and the maritime domains. And in partnership with our Border Patrol, OFO officers, and ERO, we continue to conduct effective operations both interior, along the border, and along the maritime approaches.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Jose Figueroa. I am the Acting Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations here in South Florida, and our office covers from Key West to Fort Pierce. Tremendous collaboration here with the state and our federal partners. HSI is conducting criminal investigations into TDA, MS-13s that are involved in human smuggling, sex trafficking of minors, and we will continue that effort with your support. Governor DeSantis, thank you very much for this facility. Looking forward to continue the great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve, would you like to say something? Our star.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say on a personal note, getting to watch what you've done over the last 5 months to deliver on a 50-year hope and dream of the American people to secure the border. When President Trump came into office on January 20th, the United States had endured the largest wave of illegal immigration in human history. Not just American history, human history. And within just a few days, President Trump, through his strength, leadership, diplomacy, and vision, achieved the most secure border anyone in the world has ever seen. When we recently went overseas to the NATO summit, I had senior staff in foreign governments come up to me and ask me how he achieved the Trump miracle on his border and could that be replicated in their countries. For individuals who don't work in this space, to have 0 successful illegal entries in an entire month should be an impossible achievement. There's a 2,000-mile border with one of the poorest countries in the world, and you have open travel from 150 countries into Central America and South America. There are 2 billion people in the world that would economically benefit from illegally coming to the United States. And through the deployment of the military, through the deployment of novel legal and diplomatic tools, through the building of physical infrastructure, through the empowering of ICE and Border Patrol and the entire federal law enforcement apparatus, President Trump achieved absolute border security. And now, once this legislation is passed, he will be able to make that with those resources permanent. Watching what you've done, sir, has been one of the honors of a lifetime. I'm proud to be able to play any role in it. And what President Trump is going to achieve next with the resources in this bill will make America safer, stronger, freer, more sovereign, and more prosperous than it has ever been before. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve. Oh. Thank you. And the bill is going to be great for Ron. It's going to be great for Florida, too. A lot of set-asides for Florida, some of the things that you wanted to do. And so it's great news to hear that it was approved. Do you want to take a few questions, Ron? We'll take a few questions from these. Yeah, please, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the likelihood of the One Big Beautiful Bill passing, and we look forward to the success of this facility here, how many more facilities like this do you feel that the country needs in order to enact your agenda of mass deportations?
Well, I think we'd like to see them in many states, really, many states. This one, I know Ron's doing a second one, at least a second one, and probably a couple of more. And you know, at some point they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time. You know, it's not that far away from jails that take years to build and money is spent and wasted. And you know, like the railway that they have in California that costs like 40 times more than it was supposed to cost. The same things happens with prisons. You look at this in a short period of time. Ron, James, and some of the people that really worked on it along with our people, they did this in less than a week. And you look at it, it's incredible. The incredible thing is picking the site, because the site was one of the most natural sites. It might be as good as the real Alcatraz site. You know, it could be. Well, that's a spooky one too, isn't it? Huh? That's a tough site. But so I think it could last as long as they want to have it. I mean, you may morph this into, you know, your prison system, frankly, which I know you always need, unfortunately. I'd like to say, you know, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time, people that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them, people that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, you know, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents. They were done very much on purpose. People being pushed into a subway just before it arrives, going 40 miles an hour, and they're 10 feet away from where the thing is. You get pushed right into the face of the subway train, get whacked and killed. And these are sick people. I'd like to get them out of here, too. Yeah, please, go ahead. White shirt, glasses.
Julio Rosas, Blaze Media, sir. A couple months ago, I ran into former DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and I asked him a couple questions about his disastrous handling of the border. He didn't like my questions. But the number one question that I heard from people in responding to my video was, why hasn't he been arrested yet? You know, obviously you guys are cleaning up the mess that was made deliberately for the past 4 years, and so people want accountability. It's great to see that the border is secured, and it's great to see the state level cooperation. But I guess I would ask you, why hasn't he had been held accountable, or anybody really.
Well, you
been held
know,
accountable.
pardons were given out by to many people, and they shouldn't have been given out. Like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs was given a pardon because they destroyed all of the information from 2 years of hearings, and they should be arrested, but they were given pardons. Was he given a pardon, Mayorkas? Was he not?
I don't believe so.
Well,
sir.
I take a look at that one because what he did is it's beyond incompetence. Something had to be done. Now, with that being said, he took orders from other people, and he was really doing the orders. And you could say he was very loyal to them because it must have been very hard for him to stand up and sit up and talk about what he allowed to happen to this country, and be serious about it. So he was given orders. If he wasn't given a pardon, I could see looking at that. In fact, why don't you take a look at it, Kristen? He was impeached, but yeah, it was just a fake impeachment. It was a fake impeachment. Why don't you take a look at it? I think he was so bad. They were all so bad. Look, it was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some bad ones, but he was the worst president. But somebody told Mayorkas to do that, and he followed orders, but that doesn't necessarily hold him harmless. So take a look at it. It's a very good question, actually. Thank you. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you and the Secretary have both said that many people have self-deported since you came back into office. Yeah. How many is many, and has the rate gone up? How do you see the tempo of that moving forward going on?
We have had several 100,000, but also we have many that have self-deported, not even using the CBP Home app. When I have gone to these other countries to negotiate security agreements and information sharing on criminals, who's coming and going into their countries, they report that hundreds of thousands have come home that weren't on our radar, that they are coming home on their own and self-deporting because they want the chance to be able to go back to America someday. So we believe it's over 1 million, possibly more than that. I'm asking all of those countries for their information on what they have of individuals that may have returned home, that they have taking advantage of their programs to help them become a part of their civilization again too. So we know it's over 1 million, but we have to, I'm getting more information and that number will grow.
If they don't leave, they never get the chance to come back. If we have to take them out, and we will, they'll go out, but they never get a chance to come back. The other way, we actually make it a little bit easier for them to come back. Okay, thank you, good question. Thank you.
The bill is now passed in the Senate, but we are already hearing from some Republicans in the House who say they cannot get on board with the changes that were made to the bill in the Senate. What is your message to those holdouts?
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And just to be clear, on the Medicaid cuts, you've promised not to cut Medicaid, said this is all just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. Are you saying that the estimated 11.8 million people who could lose their health coverage, that is all waste, fraud, and abuse?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be a very much smaller number than that, and that number will be waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you look, they took a much more liberal stance on the Medicaid situation than they could have. They had a tough stance and a weak stance. They took not a very strong stance on that to start off, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and everybody wants that covered.
What number is that? What analysis are you seeing?
I'm not seeing a number, but I know it's much less than the number you gave, and we really were very, very cognizant of three things. Social Security, we're going to take care of it beautifully. Medicare and Medicaid, and we are going to save it, whereas the Democrats are going to, you won't have it. They will destroy Medicare and Medicaid, and they have to because their numbers don't work. So it's not going to happen. They're the ones that have destroyed Medicare. They have made it so bad already, they're going to make it a lot worse. But now we'll be in charge, so we're going to have no problem with Medicaid or Medicare or Social Security. Thank you. Yeah.
Claire Gall with Wink News in Fort Myers. What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. Well, we're very much cognizant of that, and as you know, I won the farmers by 92%, and I'm not going to be abandoning my farmers. We were strong on the borders, but we're also strong for the farmers and for others in the hotel industry, et cetera. You know, we have similar situations, and Christy and I, and we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people that have, and they have people around for 10, 15 years that they know very well. We're going to put them responsible and we're going to issue a form of a card or document, and the farmer's going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes. We need to get our farmers the people they need, otherwise our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land. You know, it was tried once before, many, many years ago, where there was a very strong guy, and he got everybody out, and every farm almost in the country, but every farm in California, every farm in Iowa, almost all the farms went bankrupt. They had nobody to work, and we don't want to have that situation. So we're going to work it. We're going to put our farmers and others in charge of the people that they have under them. They know the people, and I think it's going to work out really well. We're going to take care of our farmer, but we're going to get the criminals out, okay? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, how do you respond to critics who fear that a 3,000-bed detention center and the waste that could produce will pollute the surrounding federal protected land, including land that both administrations have invested billions of dollars in restoring?
Well, I was one of those that invested billions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars right here in the Meadowlands, but in the Everglades, and the Meadowlands too in New York. If you look at what we did up there, speaking of the Meadowlands, a lot of places like this, but this is a very unique one. One thing I'll say about this land, we'll be gone 1,000,000 years and this land is still going to be here. It's not going to be much different. You'll have the water moccasins, you'll have the alligators. You may not have people, but you're going to have all those animals. They're going to be around, and you got plenty of them out here. I think it was a brilliant choice, and I think almost anybody in his or her right mind would say this was a brilliant choice. I give the governor a lot of credit for using this piece of land. And in addition to that, it's on top of something that was already developed. It's an airport. You know, you have the runways, you have so it's already been developed. So it's not like you're dropping dirt right into the thing. There was zero movement of that. That was done many years ago because the airport's very old, but it was an abandoned railroad, an abandoned airport. And frankly, it's like perfect. And you can do expansion on this site substantially without doing anything. So the people, I heard them complaining about the Everglades. There's no, I don't think you've done anything to the Everglades. I think you're just enhancing it. This was already here. How long has the airport been here?
Decades.
Many decades, yeah.
And they have, Kevin, all these guys, you know, have a waste plan, like the wastewater gets trucked out, potable water gets, literally, they have, even our DOT has put things up in case there's any seepage, which we don't. So you are literally doing this on concrete that's already here. So I don't think those are valid and even good faith criticisms, because it's not going to impact the Everglades at all. President's been a champion, we've been a champion, really changed the game in Florida on it. I think it's just people don't want to see illegal immigrants deported, and that's their ideology, and they have a right to that. But illegal immigration's unpopular, so they know that they're going to have less effect. So they're going to try, oh, well, no, it's just about the Everglades. But really, I think a lot of those people, they just don't want to see illegals deported. Because if you actually hear, everyone's here, you obviously know there's zero land that's being disturbed.
Well, you know, when we talk about popularity, though, I will say I ran on the issue of illegals, and we have to get them out. And I won 82% on that issue. So I think that they may not like certain aspects of it, but ultimately they do not want them in their country. And if this is a part of a use, but I think from an environmental standpoint, it's incredible. In fact, when we landed that very big, heavy plane today, they came out and checked it fairly. You know, I think they want the president to be able to land on a piece of concrete that's not going to go 6 feet underground. And they checked it. They came back and they said, this thing is really solid. So it's been there a long time. It's going to be here a long time, and it was a great choice of a site. Thank you. Yes, please. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The people of Syria were recently seen on the streets waving American flags, chanting Trump, Trump, Trump. They're so appreciative of the economic sanctions that was lifted on that country, giving them a little bit of hope for prosperity. You want to comment on that?
Well, they're great people, and the man that is leading them has a reputation. You know, he was the head of some pretty tough organizations, and a lot of people criticized me for that. I said, well, what are we going to do, take him out of a day school, a country day school? It's going to be, by nature, I would think, Ron, they'll be pretty tough, and he is pretty tough, but I met him Spent a lot of time with him, good guy. I took off the sanctions because if I didn't do that, they wouldn't have had a chance. And Syria has a chance. You know, the people are great. They work hard. They're very smart. It used to be a place of professionals, accountants and lawyers and doctors and high academic credentials in that part of the world. And I think it's going to work out great. I took off the sanctions, and they were very appreciative. They were shocked, but they were very appreciative. We're giving them a chance at survival. With the sanctions, it couldn't have worked. Thank you.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City. Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
Because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more on the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. We're going to look at everything, and ideally. He's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. You know, I've always said, we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in, and like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment, and it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, vicious, horrible people. Thank you very much. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Anna Giratelli with the Washington Examiner. Governor DeSantis has proposed using National Guard, deputizing them as immigration judges to get through this massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. Okay. That wasn't too hard to get, was it, Ron? He didn't even have to ask me, James. You didn't even need James to ask me. He has my approval, okay? Good. I also like what he's doing in Okeechobee. He has my approval for that, too. I don't know how we work that out, but we'll work it out.
We'll follow up.
Go ahead. Please.
President Trump, Jake Stofan with Action News Jax from up in Jacksonville. There's some talk about a facility similar to this up in Camp Blanding. Has that been approved by DHS? If not, what's the timeline? When could we see ground break on that?
Well, I'll ask Ron or James to talk about it. Do you want to mention it, James?
The overarching plan, I think the secretary has said she supports the whole plan, so you guys are going to keep going. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, just specifically, the response for proposals is out for that today. It closes, I can't even remember what day of the week it is, but it closes on Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Then we will do notice to proceed. So I would say right after our wonderful Independence Day, we will be starting construction there at that facility.
You're going to have another big runway there, too.
That's great. Wow. Well, I love these runways. It's very convenient, I must say. Having a runway is a nice thing. Today, you don't get runways approved. I will tell you, it's tough to get a runway. Although in the age of Trump, you get them approved fast. We're approving massive electrical bins, what they call them bins, but big electrical facilities for all of the factories and the AI that's coming in. They're going to build their own electric. They're going to be really They're going to be made into electrical providers. They're going to have a lot left over. They'll put it into the grid. I think, well, they're going to end up doing so much, they'll put it into the grid. Won't even cost anything from their standpoint. But so we have a lot of that happening. We get approvals fast. So, but I was just saying, runways are hard to get, but we'll get them now. But in the past, I would say over the past 30, 40 years, when you can get a runway, that was considered gold. Okay, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Sure. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
President Trump, Laverne McGee, News 6 Orlando. You have fulfilled several campaign promises along with the help of Governor Ron DeSantis. What is the next campaign promise that you plan to fulfill to the American people?
So we have turned this country around in less than 6 months. And when I was away, and I was telling Ron, I was telling some others, I've said it a little publicly, I guess, but I met a lot of very important people. The King of Saudi Arabia, I was there 2 weeks ago, and Qatar, the leader of Qatar, who's great, and the leader of UAE, who's great. These are very substantial people, very smart people, and good people. And all three of them said essentially the same thing, along with many other people, because I just left NATO. NATO's we took it up to 5%. Nobody can believe that one run. That would be hard, but nobody believes that. What happened in NATO, over $1 trillion a year from like nothing. It was an honor. But every leader said that a year ago, this country was dead. They had no confidence in the United States. They really felt it was a dead country, and it was some bad things were going to happen. But they used the term, it was a dead country, and now they said you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And we turned it around fast. I thought it would take longer than this. We turned it around fast. Some of it was psychology, and we had to know how good we were. But others was getting rid of rules, regulations, and all of the things that I got rid of already. I signed more executive orders than anybody in history, times like 3 or 4. And I got rid of just one. I got rid of the other night. You buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, Joe, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. You can't, in areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head, the shower doesn't, you think it's not working. It is working. The water's dripping out. And that's no good for me. I like this hair nice and, I like that hair nice and wet. Takes you have to stand in the shower for 20 minutes before you get the soap out of your hair. And I put a thing in, and it sounds funny, but it's really not. It's horrible. And when you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You're washing, the water barely comes out. So this was done by crazy people. And I wrote it all off and got it approved in Congress so that they can't just change it, because I did it in my first term. Everyone was so happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back is he put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks. Put this restriction, and washing machines. Washing machine, they give you like a quarter of this bottle to do your clothing. And people needed 10 of these bottles. And the people came to me from Whirlpool, and they said, we can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't make a machine anymore. It doesn't work. Why? They don't let us use water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have so much we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right? And I approved all of that, the washing machines, the whole thing. The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button. So they end up doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first place. So all of that stuff has been written off. It sounds crazy. It's little things. The straw, I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth, you know? It wasn't working. The paper wasn't working too well. So these are little things that I did. Then we have the big things. We have the biggest things, and that has to do with some of the subjects we're talking now. I think the things we're talking about now are the biggest, because if you don't have borders in this country, borders and good elections, and we're working on that next. There's some bills coming in that's going to make sure that you're a citizen, that people aren't counted in the voting when, you know, they were here and they're here as illegals and they're criminals in many cases, and they give them a count. And you end up with extra congressmen. We're going to work on that. We're going to straighten that out next. That's going to be easy compared to what we were doing. But we did the big things, too. But little things like that, a straw, little things like a washing machine with no water. People go out, they spend all their money on a washing machine. The damn thing doesn't work. You can't use the water. Then you go to your sink and that doesn't work either. You're stuck. You know what you do? You have dirty plates the next day. That's it. And we solved so many common sense problems. And they weren't easy. You know, there are people that really believe in this stuff. But, you know, most states have so much water they don't know what to do with it. And look at North Carolina. I mean, they had a lot of water. And they have to get restrictors on their, you know, on their kitchen faucets. So we're very proud of the things we did, and we're going to do a lot more of them. Yeah, please, go ahead. You guys in good shape.
Hey, it's Eric Bowling. How you doing, sir? Something we've talked about for, I'd say, the better part of 20 years. I think it's something near and dear to your heart, energy, our energy security.
Yeah.
Under Joe Biden, average price of oil for the 4 years was about $79 a barrel. He drained the SPR halfway down, promised to replenish it, never did.
Right.
Under you, first term, $53 average price for 4 years. Biden was $78 for 8 years. It was never refilled. The question is now it's $64 or so.
Yeah.
What
coming down rapidly.
Coming down, and what a great opportunity to fix another one of Joe Biden's problems, one of the things he broke in America, giving us the energy security of an emergency SPR,
Sure.
fill it to, maybe even go beyond and fill it to 1 billion barrels this time at a much cheaper price. Thoughts on the energy sector?
So it holds 77 million barrels, and we had it up to the top, if you remember. And I was proud of that, and I made a deal to buy it at the lowest price of oil. It was a good deal, good instinct. And we filled it up, and when he came in, he started using it to keep oil prices down because he blew our energy policy out. Energy and his bad spending is what caused inflation. So now we have no inflation. Gasoline just hit $1.99 today in 5 states. $1.99, isn't that a nice sound? It was up to $4, and going up to $5, $6, and $7. In California, it was $7.70. But we just hit in five states, $1.99, $1.98. And it's coming down to that level, so that'll be a big thing. And one of the reasons the prices and costs are going down when you go to the supermarket, because I said I was going to get costs down. We're getting the cost down. Food is coming down. When I came out, my first week, if you remember, I had a lunatic reporter screaming at me saying, eggs are going through the roof. What are you going to do about eggs? I said, I just got here. I didn't know anything about eggs. I had to call you. I said, look, I just got here. Tell me the problem. Well, they're doubled in price, and they're going to be 5 or 6 times higher. They were right, actually. I said, let me work on it. And now we have eggs down to the same numbers it was when I first came in. You know, we lowered the cost of groceries. A simple word like that, groceries, it was like almost a strange word. I hadn't heard the word in so long, but what could be more beautiful than the word grocery? And we have the prices way down. We have the energy way down. Energy brought the groceries down, if you want to know the truth. And, you know, so we think we're going to get it lower, and we're going to fill up the it's called the Strategic National Reserves. I had it topped out, and this guy would use them every time before the election. He'd use them whenever they had an election. It was artificial. But believe it or not, as big as that are hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, all filled up at low prices. But it was really meant for wars, and it wasn't meant for keeping your prices down during a holiday so that somebody could get elected. But they used it, and they didn't bring it. The only mistake you made, they didn't bring it a little down. They brought it right down to the bottom. The thing is practically empty. They never filled it up. They never spent 10 cents in filling it up. And we'll do that. When the market is right, we'll fill it up. I want to fill it up when the market's right. Thank you. How about one more question? Okay, please, in the back.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox News Channel. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here, days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here, days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at Alligator Alcatraz.
I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, you know, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But Even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida, you know, pay a lot of tax. And a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons, but one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high in New York, they're leaving. I don't know what New York's going to do about that, because some of the biggest, wealthiest people and some of the people that pay the most taxes of any people anywhere in the world, for that matter, they're moving to Florida and other places. So we're going to have to help some of these states out, I think. But thank you very much. I'll be here as much as I can. Very nice question. With that, I'd like to just end by saying I want to thank Ron and James and all of the people that have done such a great job, all of your staff. Really fantastic work. And it really started with site selection. You can do a great job, but if you have the wrong site in real estate, you have the wrong site, you're dead. And this was a great site selection, despite what you may read in the environmental press. Good job. And this was an honor for Christy and myself and Steve and all of our people to be here. And I also appreciate the media. They've treated us very fairly. Over the last few weeks, I've been treated very nicely. And it's so unusual. I'm not used to it, but we've gotten great accolades. Brian, I want to thank you for calling out, because I was waiting here, because I knew the vote was taking place and I'm answering questions, right? So I want to thank you very much and say hello to our friend. And I will see a lot of you. Thank you very much. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
not gotten due process, you do not know that. Tell me what part was not due process. Due process is for anyone who's on domestic soil. Due process is for every person on the planet. If you cannot read the Constitution, then maybe you should not read it. You say they have no due process, but you refuse to give any documentation or any idea of what their due process was. They should go to court. And what do you think they did? You have to stay out of the road. You guys are blocking the road. Stay out of the road. Anybody who comes to this country, even if they come in illegally, once they have no one is illegal. Officials, they're giving a court date. In that time frame, if they commit a crime before that court date, they can have an order for their removal. If they themselves do not report themselves,
Red truck, you are in the road. Get out of the road, please.
Country illegally, and you go to your court hearing, and you're given another court hearing.
Out of the road.
In that time frame, if you commit a crime, and you are then ineligible to stay in this country, you are deported. There's not one single person documented who's ever been arrested by CBP or ICE who does not have due process. Also, when people say that you cannot go into a liar and he does not know what he's talking about. These people have not got due process. He does not love them. And every person on the planet has a right to a day in court to determine whether they have broken the law or whether they belong here. Also, anybody who wants to make their lives better deserves that chance. That you may commit another crime or try to avoid the prosecution of the crime committed, they can go inside your house without a warrant. It's called exigent circumstances. What about the never been one time, not one single organization has shown any documentation of any violation of process. You are afraid of people who won't hurt you. Not the ACLU, not the SEIU. Documentation of violations of due process. Till this day, you never have any evidence. If you gave evidence to me, I would say, okay, violation. There's no violation of due process. There's only uneducated people like you who do not care about our country. Read a book! Yes. You have to be more specific. Now, there's less than 500 people in government, okay, Congress, Senate, okay? There are 300-something million people in this country. Just because the Republicans did it doesn't mean I have to agree that I'm a Republican. There's a lot of things I don't do in the Republican Party. Now, I'm going to tell you, if I knew the bill you're talking about and I read it, it's not going to be good, okay? So, let me first, if I knew the bill and I read it, I can then answer. I cannot counter something I don't know about, but I will tell you this, I'm partisan or not. Oh, I'm talking too much. There's a lot of things, yeah. She doesn't approach the actual documentation. Can I ask you a simple question? I feel for that. But is it true that all countries have immigration laws? Is it true? Yes or no? They do. Every country country has immigration laws. I have a friend of mine that went to Mexico, and she stayed too long, and they arrested her, and they deported her. It does, because she got deported from Mexico because she was there illegally. If you're illegal here, you get deported, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you lock your doors at night at your house? Do you lock your doors? You don't? Okay. Well, I was going to say this. People in general that lock their doors at night, so let me ask you this. If you got raped or tortured, you've been raped, and by an illegal immigrant, would you still support illegal immigrants? Why are you against this? For those that don't understand, I'm very well
exit the middle of the road. Big fan. Big fan. Please exit the middle of the road.
To rig this boat.
Love you, Shaky.
Put your back.
I sold one.
Pedro. Pedro.
Now, as you can see, protesters just continue
Hello? All right. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I'm at the protester right here beside you. Right here beside you. Boo! Boo! We can't go until 2. Keep it moving. Boo! Shame!
Oh, not a laughing matter. Policy matter.
Policy matter.
Humanity matter.
no fascist USA. What does democracy look like? This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what a patriot looks like. This is what a patriot looks like. Show me what a patriot looks like. This is what a patriot looks like. Show me what a patriot looks like. This is what a patriot looks like. Show me what a patriot looks like. This is what a patriot looks like. Show me what a patriot looks like. This is what a patriot looks like. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. 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 Hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. No justice, no peace. 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 We say no. Alligator Alcatraz. 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 We say no. We say no. Alligator Alcatraz. 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 We say no. We say no. We say no. We say no. Alligator Alcatraz. justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. No justice, no peace, no ICE in our streets. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Move ICE, get out the way, get out the way out of our Everglades. Alligator Alcatraz, we say no. Alligator Alcatraz, we say never. Alligator Alcatraz, we say no. 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 Alligator Alcatraz, we say never. We say no. Free me land for all to hear. People will die here. Free me land for all to hear. People will die here. Free me land for all to hear. People will die here. Free me land for all to hear. People will die here. Free me land for all to hear. People will die here. Free me land for all to hear.
I recount the wives that I met right after Father's Day whose husbands did not come home, and they had to explain to their children where were their fathers, when would they see them again. This inflicts lifelong trauma on the children. I'd like to introduce Reverend Zachary Hoover with LA Voice.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Bass, for the opportunity to stand together strong for the city that we all love. I love Los Angeles, raising my son here, happy to do so. In the streets in recent weeks in our nonviolent protest, one song that we have been singing is one that comes from both Christian and Hebrew scriptures. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary. The call is a moral call. It's a call that asks all of us to not only make rooms in our own hearts for God, but doing so by always being welcoming to others. whether they come from a different neighborhood, a different religion, a different race, a different country, whatever it might be, that's the moral calling that we have. And frankly, that's a calling that we have seen alive in our country for many years in many different ways as we've continued to expand welcome to people, not just in Los Angeles, but across the United States. What does sanctuary mean besides this? That families and children feel safe, that workers feel safe, that people know that if they need to report a crime, they can, that people are free to work, worship, and play without fear. This is what we want for not just Los Angeles, but the nation as a whole. In recent weeks, from when I showed up with, Raquel Roman was already there, when we showed up and saw a family that had been, whose car had been hit by masked federal agents, flashbanged with a toddler and a child inside. And the man that they removed was a U.S. citizen. This is what is happening in Los Angeles. Or Job, whom we've seen on the news recently, who was detained at the Home Depot simply for being there, doing his job. He's a U.S. citizen, detained for 36 hours by the federal agents. Or the countless other stories we've heard. One of our member congregations, we have 100 member congregations we work with across the county. One of them has 14 families that have a family member, a long-term resident of this country, a worker, a churchgoer who have been detained, and those families are struggling. There's a 4-year-old who keeps asking, "Where's my daddy?" And they cannot explain to him where his father is. Today, we're also faced with the moral failure of this big bill. This bill that comes from the mouths of people saying they want to protect families in our country, but in fact, they are ripping away health care from people who need it most, reducing food assistance for our neighbors and our families and our friends, and saying that they're doing it for the good of our country, taking away school funding. And guess where those cuts are going? To bring federal agents into Los Angeles to tear our families apart. So miss me with the "I'm protecting families" thing. That's not what's happening here. We expect Americans, we invite you wherever you are in this country. If you don't like what you're hearing about what's happening right now, you have to make your voices heard. And in particular, I want to speak to my fellow faith leaders, be you Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Sikh, whatever tradition you come from. We need you to stand up and talk about what's going on. Tell the truth about what's happening in our country right now. Thank you.
The political stunt with economic consequences challenges the moral values of this nation, but not the values of Los Angeles, because we will stand strong. Rabbi Sharon Brous of ECAR.
Good morning, folks, and thank you so much to Mayor Bass for your leadership in this moment. We are here today not only as elected officials and faith leaders and community leaders, but also as neighbors, as friends, and as human beings. In the book of Genesis, we read of the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, contrary to common misinterpretation, the sin of Sodom was not some kind of sexual deviance. Sodom and Gomorrah, our rabbis tell us, were abundant in natural resources. These were blooming oases in the middle of the desert. But that natural abundance fueled a spirit of scarcity among the city's inhabitants, who sought to safeguard their riches. And so what did they do? They forcibly removed foreigners from the land. They sealed off their borders. No one would deprive them of what was rightfully theirs. In Sodom and Gomorrah, the people's worst inclinations were propped up by a legal system that made a mockery of justice. Lawmakers passed zero-tolerance policies that meted out torture to anyone who offered sanctuary to a struggling neighbor. This was a cynical effort to quash human goodness and to fuel a culture of distrust, betrayal, and callousness. And it is as old as the Hebrew Bible. These past few weeks, we have witnessed these same behaviors here in our city, in our homes, in our workplaces, in our churches, in our graduation ceremonies. People are afraid to go to work. Children fear that their parents...
One big ugly bill rips health care away from more than 17 million Americans. It represents the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Children will be hurt. Families will be hurt. Women will be hurt. Seniors will be hurt. Everyday Americans with disabilities will be hurt. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and community-based health clinics will be unable to provide services. This dangerous and extreme Republican budget will result in Americans losing their lives because of the inability to access health care coverage. It's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. Shame on Senate Republicans for passing this disgusting abomination, and shame on House Republicans for continuing to bend the knee to Donald Trump's extreme agenda. This one big ugly bill represents the largest cut to nutritional assistance in American history. Extreme MAGA Republicans are literally ripping food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors, and all of this is being done to provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. Republicans claim to be the party of working class Americans. You are not. You are hurting working class Americans. This bill won't make life more affordable for the American people. It will make life more expensive, including dramatically raising energy costs, which are already too high. At the same period of time, doing nothing. Nada, zilch, zero, to lower the high cost of living in this country. Donald Trump and Republicans claim that they will lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down. In fact, they're going up in America. And this dangerous and extreme Republican budget, Trump's one big ugly bill, the GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination will set in motion a potential economic death spiral by increasing the nation's debt by more than $3 trillion. And yet these phonies on the Republican side of the aisle claim to be fiscally responsible. Get lost. House Democrats are going to do everything we can over the next few hours, today, tomorrow, for the balance of this week and beyond, to stop.
And do not have ICE raids in our city. That's what the federal government should do. Next.
Next question to Dave and then to Macy.
So, hi. The city council is scheduled to vote today to ask the city attorney to make suing the Trump administration a top priority over these immigration raids. A couple of their council members have said they want specifically to have the city sue to protect the Fourth Amendment rights of people living in Los Angeles. Do you support that? And where do you see your role in this lawsuit that is being prepared against?
Well, first of all, I'm named in the lawsuit, so that is my role. They have determined my role. In terms of the actions that the City Council is taking today, they're taking them today. So I have not had an opportunity to review what they're doing. I definitely support the city attorney participating in defending us and then in other lawsuits. For example, and it's been reported over and over again, we don't know who these masked men are. They're riding up and down the street, pulling people off the street, completely masked, wearing very dubious uniforms, not showing their ID. And so there is absolutely a push to allow that, to have that stop. Next.
Macy and then Craig.
Hi, Mayor. Question for you. I spoke with Bill Assembly yesterday, and he said people are being swept up because we have to cast a government, and that's because of California's policies. If the mayor didn't like it, she should have changed the law when she was in Congress, but she didn't do that.
Well, I'm not even sure that's worth responding to. But anyway, I will tell you that in the 12 years I spent in Congress, I fought every year for comprehensive immigration reform and was very involved during family separation and authored my own legislation that unfortunately did not pass because of the Republican control of the Senate. So anyway, that's my response to that.
Craig and then Francine.
Mayor, I'd like to know, has LAPD changed its policy at all in responding
911 calls reporting abduction, when people are being taken away by people who appear to be federal agents.
Yeah,
And this old lady shows up.
right.
And do they have a procedure
No,
to verify if this is
I understand. Fortunately, or unfortunately, that's only happened once. What you're referring to is what people saw as a kidnapping. And they called 911, and when the police showed up, they saw it was an immigration action, which again creates chaos and confusion. Because how did they know what?
How did they know it was a legit immigration?
Well, they knew it was an immigration action. Legit is another question up for debate. But when they got there, they saw people in the uniforms, and they saw them as federal agents. Beyond that, I don't know that. I don't know if they saw IDs. You know, sometimes they do have uniforms that say Custom Border Patrol. Oftentimes they have uniforms that say things like police that look like they bought online. So it just depends on what the uniforms were that day, if there were.
We're going Francine and then Lila.
Mayor Bass? Hi, Francine from the Christian Science Monitor. Nice to see you again. Crises can sometimes yield opportunities for negotiation or common ground or behind-the-scenes work. I'm wondering if you're still in touch with the administration during this period, and you see any opportunity for common ground or some kind of compromise at this time.
I'll tell you, the only opportunity I want to see is for those individuals to be returned to their families, for those fathers and mothers to return home. That's the opportunity I want to see.
I'm going to go Lila and then down in front.
Yeah, that was my question too. Under what conditions would the city ever comply and compromise so there can be peace?
Well, I think that that is an interesting question, because I'm not sure that the administration wants us to. I think they want the chaos. I think we're the petri dish for the nation. Basically, if the public will tolerate the federal seizure of state power, which is what they did in terms of taking the power away from Governor Newsom around the troops, whether or not, let's see, how far can we push the envelope? Will the American public tolerate Marines driving up and down the street?
Well, aren't you conflating immigration with the immigrants with undocumented?
They are, absolutely. Well, I mean, we know it's not just people who are undocumented. We know that people who had their annual immigration check, they are here legally, they have papers, they're required to report in to immigration once a year. They show up and they get detained. We know that U.S. citizens have been detained. So it's basically indiscriminate. It's a wide net they have cast in order to meet Stephen Miller's quota of 3,000 people a day being detained around the nation. And I don't know how the other cities are faring, but I will tell you that mayors across the country are very concerned. I've been on Zoom calls with over 100 mayors looking at what is happening in LA. This is the test case, and we're going to pass the test.
Down in front and then right here with the gray hoodie. We're going to go down in front and then
go ahead.
Mayor Bass, Indianapolis Spectrum, were you surprised to see to see that this lawsuit against the city came out yesterday? And is there any risk that the city would stop being a sanctuary city?
Well, let me just tell you, at this point, I'm kind of not surprised about anything coming out of the administration that continues to disrupt our city.
Right here in the gray hoodie and then in the blue.
Mayor Bass, do you have any plans in place to protect the city's financial stability in case federal funding is pulled?
Well, that is something that we absolutely have to look at, and we are going to be doing a deep analysis to see how we would respond. What would the impact be if federal funding was pulled? But you can't govern the city that way. We have to function and move forward and do the best that we can given these circumstances. The irony is that we received a lot of help in the beginning with the fires, and then all of a sudden it was a dramatic change.
So my question about that, maybe very basic. Federal government claimed that the right against illegal immigrants, but the government of the state tried to protect the rights of the immigrants. And had there any maybe mutual point to solve this problem in general? It's my first question.
Well, I'll just say I'm not sure they want it solved. there has to be two parties. We would like it to be solved. We would like for the ICE raids to stop. We would like for the array of federal officials or civilians dressed as federal officials to go home.
And my second question, two times I tried in this downtown LA cover the operation of ICE in the street. So, but they didn't give me permission. Is it possible because the street, the downtown LA belongs to our administration, but the ICE didn't give the journalists to cover the operation?
I don't know who are you referring to didn't give you permission? The people doing the raid?
No, the ICE service.
Right. Well, they probably don't want it to be covered because they don't want it to be seen. I mean, I can't answer for why ICE did what they did or didn't do, but it would make sense to me. I think that they're trying to masquerade this whole situation. And remember now, this started talking about hardened criminals, drug dealers, gang members, and I'm just hard-pressed to see the lady who wasn't even 5 feet tall, the isolated street vendor who was selling fruit as a dangerous criminal, or the parents who were trying to attend graduation, or the day laborers at Home Depot being chased through parking lots. And by the way, when the secretary did her press conference where Senator Padilla was disrespected and thrown to the floor, she did a slideshow of the hardened criminals, and there were 4. We know that the vast majority of people that have been detained and arrested have no criminal history at all. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. My question is 2 parts. Would you be willing to have a sit-down meeting with ICE or DHS? And because Hogan says that they wouldn't be sending ICE out into the communities if you were handing criminal illegals over at jails, is there a deal to be made?
I don't know if there's a deal to be made. Like I told you, the deal that needs to be made is for them to go home. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Don't even know what this version says. We had 1 hour to come into this room. Many veterans, as we know, suffer from behavioral or physical health issues connected to their service. 1 in 3 working-age veterans with disabilities aren't sure where their next meal will come from. 1 in 4 working-age veterans who can't find work are food insecure. Our veterans can't pay for meals with Support the Troops bumper stickers, and they can't eat thoughts and prayers. And it doesn't stop there. This bill takes food away from former foster youth, leaving the foster care system, who may not have the same level of support from families that many of us benefited from when we were just starting to make our way in the world as 18 or 19-year-olds. I just don't understand where these values are coming from. The American people are right not to trust this bill. The bill doesn't save us a cent. It adds to the debt. If passed, it will pass millions and millions along to the nation. This bill was a disgrace when it left this chamber. Most of you haven't read it to know that it's even more of a disgrace now that it's back. And folks, this is one of the worst mistakes anyone who votes yes for will make in your political career. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Craig. Chairman Guthrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing today. And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act cuts wasteful spending, defends our nation's energy dominance, supports the rapid innovation of American industry, and preserve and protects Medicaid for the Americans who are most in need. We will send a bill to President's desk that delivers on Americans' leadership across industries, spurs technological innovation, and supports individual workers. We will unleash American energy dominance through strategic investments while also putting an end to wasteful subsidies. We will spur technological innovation by renewing American wireless leadership through spectrum auction authority that protects national security. This legislation begins to refill our dangerously low strategic petroleum reserve and creates new investments to generate reliable energy that will secure our grid and power AI. This bill also raises $85 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Authority while protecting U.S. national security. Our priority has been to strengthen, secure, and sustain Medicaid for expectant mothers, children, people with disability, and elderly. Our legislation stops billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to close loopholes, ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. H.R. 1 ends coverage for deceased beneficiaries, limits the ability of enrollees to obtain duplicative coverage, and ensures individuals with million-dollar homes are no longer eligible to qualify for Medicaid coverage. These are all common sense policies that will return taxpayer dollars to middle-class Americans and families. Republicans seek to return the core intent of the Medicaid program, which was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise could not support themselves. Democrats expanded the program far beyond this core mission, allowing spending to grow into trillions if not addressed. Our common sense work requirements and community engagement policies for able-bodied adults who choose not to work encourage individuals to re-enter the workforce and regain their independence. This provision speaks to Republicans' commitment to strengthening Medicaid to ensure it is available for those who need it most, and this is an issue that resonates favorably with the majority of Americans across the board. H.R. 1 fulfills President Trump's promise of generational growth, prosperity, and health for the American people. It fulfills our commitment to lowering taxes for working families, unleashes American energy, and safeguards Medicaid for patients that need it the most, and supports the rapid innovation of American technology. It's time to pass this vital legislation and see it signed into law. And thank you, and I will yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respect you a lot, but when I heard you in the beginning talk about Democrats fear-mongering, I just want to assure you that when I went home on Friday and the short weekend that we had, I was not fear-mongering, and I was actually shocked because I live in my district. A lot of it is at the Jersey Shore. You know, it's almost July 4th. People were out at the beach in their bathing suits, having a good time. I thought, oh, I'm not going to hear much about this bill. But in reality, it was the opposite. I couldn't go anywhere without people talking to me about this bill. First day, Friday, I found out that the county commissioners in my home county, which is a Republican county, consistently votes Republican, had passed a resolution unanimously opposing the bill, all Republicans. Then I went to church, I guess. On Sunday, it was a church, I have to be honest with you, that is, most of the people there are Republican. There aren't too many Democrats in the church. And literally some of the trustees came up to me and said, I'm so glad that you're voting against this bill. Please continue the fight against it. I went to a concert. This wasn't a rock concert. This was the Ocean Grove Camp Meeting Association. Maybe the name will give you an idea. Methodist Camp Meeting Association. And it was a classical concert. I couldn't even get out of the room without the hall without people coming up to me and saying, this is a terrible bill. I hope you can stop it. Then I also met with the governor over the weekend because on Monday our state adopted the state budget. It was about $57 billion state budget. And he and the health commissioner said to me that we're not going to be able to deal with this. We don't know what's going to happen. They estimate about $3.5 billion cut for the state of New Jersey out of a budget next year that, as I said, was just adopted money, $57 billion. What is that, about 6%? They don't think we can survive. So, you know, I, in all honesty, you know, you said, well, we're fear-mongering, we're, you know, saying it's doomsday, destroying the healthcare system. But that's what people are saying to us. That's not what we're saying to them. That's what they're saying to us, because they realize that hospitals will close. They'll realize the shortfall in funding for nursing homes. They realize that the deficit spending not only is going to lead to sequestration of Medicare by 4% across the board, but that it's going to hurt the economy, and the economy could actually go into recession because of the level of deficit. So I just want to assure you, this is what Democrats are hearing from our constituents. It's not what we're necessarily saying, it's what they're saying to us. Now, the other thing I want to stress is that, look, the reality is that every time this bill moves forward, more and more people lose their health insurance. I think when it was before our committee, the CBO figures, Mr. Chairman, were like 13.5 million people would lose their health insurance. Then when it passed the floor, it was like 14, 15. Now the CBO is saying that the Senate bill is almost 17 million people that will lose their health insurance. So it becomes crueler. I don't want to say ugly. I'm going to say cruel, more cruel, as we proceed. And I don't know, you know, whether we read the bill or not. This is what whether you read the bill or not. The CBO is saying that we're talking now about almost 17 million Americans that are going to lose their health insurance. And what does that mean? It basically means that the hospitals, the nursing homes, community health centers are not going to get the third-party payment that comes from people who have health insurance. And so much of this is now uncompensated care, which means people will go to the emergency room at the hospital, they can't afford to pay it, and it becomes uncompensated care. And then the hospital, what do? They either raise prices, which means that insurance premiums and co-pays go up for people that have insurance. You know, we still know the majority of Americans get health insurance for their job. So those policies are going to be more expensive. The co-pays are going to be more expensive. And people, all these people that don't have insurance are going to go to the emergency room and they don't get care. They don't see a doctor on a regular basis. They get sicker. And the consequences of the healthcare system really are devastating. Now, the other thing I wanted to say, too, is that one of the things that got significantly worse in the Senate bill is the provider tax. In other words, in the House bill, it was bad enough that the level of direct payments that states could make to failing hospitals or nursing homes was cut. But now it's made even worse in the Senate bill. The provider tax limitations in the House bill made it so that whatever your provider tax revenue was, it couldn't grow, right, or it couldn't change. But what they did in the Senate is to basically cut back on it. So over the next few years, the amount of money that states can raise through provider tax actually decreases. It's not the status quo, it decreases. And that means because of what happens with that provider tax and it going back to the hospitals and nursing homes, that they're going to have even less money to deal with and more likely to close, more likely to have cutbacks in services. So, look, in my opinion, this is an extreme bill, and it's not about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not about whether you work or not. Instead, the Republicans are taking away health care from some of the poorest Americans so they can give these big tax breaks to the billionaires, to the large corporations, and they're putting all kinds of paperwork, burdensome paperwork, time-consuming roadblocks in the way people who are trying to get by, people who are working, or people who can't work because they're disabled. And now all these barriers are being put in the way of their being able to get Medicaid or the ACA. If you're not eligible for Medicaid because of these roadblocks, then you're also not eligible for the ACA because of these same roadblocks. Now, let me just talk a little bit beyond health care. We're mostly talking about health care and SNAP today, but our committee, as you know, deals with a lot of other things. So I think I need to also stress before I conclude that this bill is going to raise energy costs. It's going to prioritize corporate polluters over people. It's going to undermine our efforts to fight the climate crisis, which people care about as well. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step forward towards lowering energy bills for American families. However, that progress is reversed in this bill by rescinding a lot of those programs that were lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in the United States. It's a disaster for the environment. I know I'm using these tough words, Madam Chair, but I have to. It's a disaster for the environment because it guts critical environmental protections and programs that were in the IRA. It rescinds the unobligated funds for virtually every Environmental Protection Agency program that was put into the Inflation Reduction Act. It repeals the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. It also undermines the landmark methane reduction bill and the fee that holds polluters accountable and just gives another leg up to the fossil fuel industry while eliminating clean energy initiatives. I believe in all the above. I believe we need fossil fuels, we need nuclear, we need clean energy. What you're doing in this bill is eliminating the clean energy portion and saying that the rest is okay. But that's not the way it works. We need to move forward with clean energy as well. And then the last thing I think, because my chairman mentioned it, about spectrum. He was very proud of, I think, from what you said about the spectrum. But the bottom line is you're taking $80 million from a spectrum auction, which traditionally we have used to help, expand options for the public. Like we funded grants with spectrum for next generation 9/11, or to make high-speed internet more affordable for American families. That's what spectrum auction should be used for. It shouldn't be used to give tax cuts for billionaires and large corporations. So I know I've heard you guys say this is the big, beautiful bill. I've heard our guys say this is the big, ugly bill. I think it's a big, cruel bill because American families are really going to suffer, and they shouldn't have to suffer in the ways that I described today. We should be trying to help them with affordability, with making their lives better. This bill is going to be the opposite. So it's really the big, cruel bill, in my opinion, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Chairman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for this opportunity to testify on how the one big, beautiful bill is delivering on historic tax relief for blue-collar workers, middle-class families, farmers, and small businesses. We're at the point now that both the House and the Senate have had their voices heard. And while some of the bill has changed, its promises have not. We are delivering an American economy that prioritizes the working class and the families that make up the heart of this great nation. We embrace policies that were cheered by the small businesses, the farmers, the moms and dads that appeared before the Ways and Means Committee in field hearings and in tax team meetings throughout the country over the course of more than 2 years. In fact, we visited more than 30 different states to hear to those small business owners, those working moms, those farmers. This disproves the Democrats' claim that this bill is rushed and was created behind closed doors. The American people know exactly what is in this bill. 77 million Americans voted for this bill. We should do the same. Democrats used one-party control of Washington to supercharge the IRS with more middle-class audits and more reporting requirements for gig workers and small businesses. They spent over $600 billion on handouts to the wealthy, well-connected, and the political class. The Republicans' one big, beautiful bill not only ends Democrats' lavish green handouts and stops the threat of a $1,700 tax increase on working families. But because of a bigger child tax credit and increased standard deduction, Americans will get an immediate tax cut compared to what they would pay today. Households earning less than $100,000 get a 12% tax cut compared to what they are paying right now. wealthy Americans will pay a greater share of the tax burden than they do now, just as what happened after the 2017 tax cuts. Democrats want to tell a different story, but simple math shows who pays more taxes under this bill. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, we will protect or create more than 7 million jobs. Small businesses alone are projected to create 1 million new jobs annually. Democrats' spending fueled price hikes. Republicans' tax cuts will boost pay raises. Under Democrats, American families experienced rampant inflation caused by President Biden's lavish spending. Under these Republican tax cuts, a typical family of four will see their take-home pay increase by upwards of nearly $11,000 per year. Real wages for workers will rise by as much as $7,200 per year. We go even farther by including President Trump's promises of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, and no tax on auto loan interest of autos made in the United States, and tax relief for seniors. The waitress making her living on tips gets an extra $1,300 in her pocket because of this bill. The lineman working overtime to restore power after a natural disaster gets an extra $1,400 because of this bill. 40 million American families will see a permanent increase in the child tax credit to $2,200. For the 91% of Americans who use the standard deduction to file their taxes, they will see a permanent increase of up to $31,500. Democrats want Washington to tell families what to do. Republicans believe parents know what works for them. For education, we give parents and students more opportunity to choose schooling that best fits their needs, including trade schools, by expanding 529 education savings accounts. For family growth and health, we enhance the adoption tax credit, make permanent the paid leave tax credit. We increase the child and dependent care credit, as well as flexible spending arrangements, and we expand health savings accounts. For our children's future, Trump accounts put children on a financially secure footing, pegged to America's economic success. Under Democrats, families could barely get by. Under Republicans, One Big Beautiful Bill, families will thrive. This is a historic opportunity to build on the successes of the 2017 Trump tax cuts and provide additional relief for workers, families, farmers, and small businesses. More investment, more growth, and more jobs right here in America. In fact, even before this bill's passage, policies contained within it have already notched huge victories. With the recently announced G7 global tax framework and Canada ending its unfair digital service tax, the G7 agreement alone will stop foreign governments from stealing upwards to $120 billion of revenues from our country's coffers. That's a huge win, Madam Chair. We are prepared to get pro-worker, pro-family, and pro-America tax relief to the president's desk so families and Main Street businesses can start planning their own futures as soon as possible. I want to thank you for your time, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Representative Moore, my classmate,
Thank
you
you.
are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm a little congested here today, so it won't be possible for me to be my loud self. But you know, I'm really glad to be the last one to speak on this distinguished panel, because I think that you've heard two different arguments here. On one hand, you hear about people getting $11,000 more tax breaks at the lower end of the income spectrum. You know, it's all these benefits. And on the other hand, you've heard members talk about the draconian cuts and the impact that it'll have on hospitals and on poor people. So whose report do you believe? And I think that this is the conundrum for the American people. Well, given in my own faith tradition, I look toward Matthew 7:16, which says, by their deeds, you will know them. And no matter what, I know many of us have been here for many years, Madam Chair, more years than you and I have been here. And people have already decided what their legacy in this place will be. But no matter what you think your legacy was, today will seal your legacy. Your legacy will be sealed in the next 36 hours by virtue of how you vote on this bill. And I think that the American people are now seeing the soul of the formerly grand old party. This Republican Party is nothing like the GOP. You know, the Committee on Ways and Means was asked to increase the U.S. debt by trillions of dollars. And boy, did we meet that mark with this bill. We done good with regard to meeting that market. And what did the American people buy with the $4 trillion in debt? Massive tax goodies for billionaires at the cost of 17 million Americans losing health care coverage and more hungry school children. By their deeds, you will know them. This is the moment for all of us to stand on the shores of the Rubicon, where you can never go back on your legacy. As Senator Tillis from the great state of North Carolina, he has decided that he cannot go back. Whatever happens in North Carolina, that he would rather resign than to go back on his values as a human being. So as we once again consider the billionaires' bonanza bill, which of course the Senate made worse. I mean, it's hard to imagine, but they did. The Republican senators found a way to provide more debt, more lost health coverage, and stifling clean, renewable energy of the future. You know, our nation's founding fathers entrusted this House of Representatives to tax and spend. They felt that the House would act more responsibly with this awesome power because we are responsive to the people. And yet, this legislation is nothing short of a total betrayal of the founding fathers' faith in this body. You know, I take particular, and I'm representing the Ways and Means Committee, we take particular offense at the characterization of millions of citizens as cheats, fraudsters, and wastes in order to justify the cuts. The dehumanization of people has been extraordinary in order to create the narrative. You know, because this bill, in fact, will make this country sicker, less educated, hungrier, and deeper in debt. And for what? So that billionaires and corporations can have more and more and more. By their deeds, Madam Chair, you shall know them. Back in May, when we went through the paces on this bill, we had a bill that handed out billions and billions of dollars to millionaires. In fact, when we looked at this bill, On average, a person making over $1 million got a tax cut of $81,500. The bill in front of us, sent back by the Senate, has an average tax cut for a person making over $1 million at $96,000. That's right. The United States Senate took our House bill and said $81,000 in tax cuts just isn't enough for millionaires. We got to give them even more tax cuts. Now, let's check in on the average Americans who are teaching our children and building our roads in Milwaukee and Greensboro and New Brownsville and Rock Hill or Bloomington. In May, we learned that on average, a household that makes under $50,000 got a tax cut of just 73 cents per day. That was about $247. Spend it wisely, America, because it's going to cost you your health care and your child's education. By their deeds, you will know them. And by the deeds of the United States Senate, we saw that we provided even more and more and more to millionaires and billionaires. The Senate saw that 73 cents a day that we were providing the average American was just too much. So they clawed back a nickel. That's right. If you made under $50,000 on average, you were getting 68 cents a day. That's not even enough to buy a Snickers. And that's what the Senate did. They took away the 73 cents a day and made it 68 cents a day. By their deeds, you shall know them, American people. When we were here in May, we learned that in just 2027 alone, the top 0.1%, not 1%, 0.1%, the richest of the rich, that is people making over $2 million a year, the people who we are told pay the most taxes, well, they got $50 billion in tax cuts just in 2027. $50 billion with the capital B. That was a House bill. But you know what? That $50 billion just wasn't enough for the Senate. They thought that because they objected to it not making enough cuts, so they decided to squeeze more and more and more from the old, infirm, and children. So they moved that number to $60 billion that they gave tax cuts to. That's right. In 2027 alone, the top 0.1% got $60 billion in tax cuts. Now, imagine the need in this country for better schools, child care, and job training. Imagine the needs we could address with the money. Nope. Republicans want to give a stimulus boost to the super yacht market. Madam Chair, back in May when we were here, I expressed my deep sadness that in order to, quote unquote, pay for these tax cuts, Republicans were kicking millions of the most vulnerable Americans off health care. Well, you heard it here from this panel. The Senate upped that number to 17 million people. What will we do? What will the Americans in nursing homes do when that money is moved from health care to the banks of the wealthy? Put them into the streets and hope for the best? Maybe they can get online and do a GoFundMe for all their health care needs. By their deeds, you will know them. Finally, Madam Chair, when we were here last May, we had a bill that the CBO said would blow up the deficit by $2.4 trillion. And when you add interest costs to that, you get $3 trillion. I know we have a lot of people among our Republican colleagues that don't like debt, but for some reason, they like this debt. And the Senate saw this, and they were thinking, gee, $3 trillion in debt, we can afford a little bit more debt. Why don't we just juice that number and make the debt number $4 trillion? Yep. So I don't know what it means to be a fiscal hawk, because if you vote for this bill, you're adding $4 trillion to the debt. You know, I know that Republicans have gone on TV for months and months and months, solemnly insisting to the American people that this bill is going to cut the debt, that this will not hurt anybody on Medicaid, just those lazy bums and unworthy people. They've given us fantastical growth projections coming out of the White House. They're going to look at revenue from tariffs that are going to save the country and generate all these savings. Well, by their deeds, you're going to know them. Maybe this is what the Senate was thinking when they said that trillions of dollars in tax debt, we don't know the exact number yet, but somewhere between $4 to $5 trillion in tax debt equals zero. I got 3 great-granddaughters. I don't know how in the world I'm going to teach them that math. So, Madam Chair, I'll close with this. I know that sometimes here we're prone to exaggerations. I've heard a lot of exaggerations here today about how, people are going to get $7,200 more in income and all these tax breaks. I don't know, a lot of drama around here. But I'm not being dramatic when I say that this lipstick on the pig is the worst bill I've seen since I've been in Congress. Showering millions on millionaires and billionaires with tax cuts they don't need, sticking our grandkids with the tab, kicking 17 million people off health care, cutting the neediest off of SNAP benefits, cutting off our clean energy future. The moral failings of this building are just too many to count. And yet, rather than step back and ask ourselves, is this really what we want to do? We're barreling toward an arbitrary deadline. And I'll tell you, the American people will not be celebrating on the 4th of July. They'll be looking at us, and when they ask me, what's the difference between Democrats and Republicans? I will refer them to H.R. 1, the Senate amendment to H.R. 1, and say, by their deeds, you will know them. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Chairman Smith, Chairman Arrington, I've heard hyperbole before, but to say this is the most dangerous piece of legislation in modern history really is the beyond hyperbole, I believe. But we're hearing this constant refrain that this bill benefits no one and harms everyone. Can you expand on how this bill benefits low and middle income Americans? I'll start with you, Chairman Smith, and then come to you, Chairman Arrington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's first say, if you vote against this bill, you're voting against the child tax credit being at $2,200 per child. At the end of this year, it will drop to $1,000. That makes a huge impact to 40 million hardworking Americans. And it's simply, when they vote no, they're voting against a $2,200 child tax credit, and they're okay with $1,000. They're also voting against no taxes on tips. There's a lot of millionaires and billionaires that gets tips. No, there's not. But if you listen to the Democrats here, they said this is all about billionaires and millionaires. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime work. How many millionaires and billionaires, Madam Chair, works by the hour? I don't think there's one. So by saying that this bill is for the billionaires and millionaires, it's just completely false. Because no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips, tax relief for seniors. This affects real Americans. You have permanency for paid family and medical leave tax credit, helping workers balance family and careers. Partial refundability of the adoption tax credit. Numerous items could go on and on. But They'll try to say that this is all about the millionaires and billionaires, but let me tell you, in addition to stopping a $1,700 tax increase, we're stopping a $1,700 tax increase by passing this bill. Working families making between $15,000 to $30,000 will have their taxes cut by 21%, the largest of any income group in the distribution title. The largest. And that's a fact from CBO. As a result, the one big beautiful bill, the top 1% will pay more in federal taxes. They did before TCJA, over 40% of all federal taxes. And so it's important to know that 66% of the one big beautiful bill's tax cuts benefits American families making less than $500,000 a year. That's a tax cut for real Americans, and it counters the false narratives that we have heard this day.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Chairman Arrington.
Madam Chair, I agree with Chairman Smith. I can't imagine working families sustaining a tax hike after the inflation tax, which, as I mentioned, was 21%. These good people from everyone's district have suffered a cost of living crisis, the likes of which we haven't endured or experienced in 40 years. So I agree with Chairman Smith. I mean, let's start with do no harm. Let's not have a 22% hike on top of the 21% hike, which is thousands of dollars from these families' pocketbooks. But I think the best way to predict the future is past performance. And if you look at what happened after TCJA was passed, I would say, coupled with deregulation and other good economic policies, but we had the highest wage increase in a quarter of a century. $5,000 for the median household. The people on the lower end of the spectrum did better than those at the top in terms of the value of the tax cut. And wages grew 2 times as fast in the bottom 10% as the top 10%. The bottom 50 income grew. The bottom 50% of income earners grew 3 times that of the top 1%. And as the Chairman Smith said, the top 1% actually paid a greater share of their taxes. So, not to mention small businesses that support working families and family farms, and so the list goes on. But I would say for those lowest income earners and those that need the safety net, I think this helps them by not allowing illegal immigrants and folks who are otherwise ineligible from siphoning money off and jeopardizing the sustainability of these programs into the future. And in fact, Numbers USA says that it's $9,000 in social services, taxpayer funded, for people here illegally. That's more than we spend per American citizen on Medicaid. So to Ms. Moore, who's a friend, to her comment about we will be known by our deeds, how about the Democrats in the Senate, all except 4, who voted against the prohibition of illegal immigrants getting taxpayer-funded health care? When we can't sustain 51% increase over the last 4 or 5 years, $400 to $600 billion roughly on Medicaid, it will be $1 trillion in the next over this next budget window. It's not sustainable. So, Madam Chair, this couldn't be a better time or better policies to strengthen working families.
Thank you very much. Chairman Guthrie, out of all the fear-mongering we've heard, the most ridiculous is the claim that people will die if this bill is passed. The health care provisions in this bill target waste, fraud, and abuse in our Medicaid program to ensure it's sustainable for future generations and can continue to provide for our most vulnerable populations. such as women and children for whom the program was intended to serve. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have questions for everybody. But before I do, I have a question for you, Madam Chair. I'm just reading some of the. This is a post from Fox News saying that Andy Harris, who's our colleague, the head of the chair of the Freedom Caucus, has said that he will vote no on the rule when this rule comes before the full committee. He said that he will vote no on the rule for the big, beautiful bill. He said that I don't think it's going to be in the next couple of days, but it's going to have to be a compromise between the House and the Senate, basically saying we're not there yet. I guess if the head of the Freedom Caucus is now publicly announcing he's against not the bill but the rule, then what the hell are we doing here? Because if you lose 3 or 4 members, then we're spinning our wheels here. So do you have any information on how many Republicans are going to vote no on the rule? Because I can assure you every Democrat is voting no on the rule.
No, sir. And as you know, we are the Speaker's Committee, and it's our task to hold this hearing on the bill, and we'll continue until we're given directions that there is no chance that the rule or the bill will pass.
Okay, I just wanted my colleagues to know that, and I'll keep announcing as people on the Republican side announce that they're voting against the rule, because I think that's relevant information. But
thank you, Mr. McGovern.
I just want to say for the record, I mean, Chairman Smith said that Democrats said that this bill is only for billionaires. That's absolutely not what I said in my opening remarks. And I'll say it again. This bill mostly benefits the well-off, but I said I would support some of the tax relief in this bill. The bottom line is that I support extending the tax benefits for the middle class. Told you I supported tax relief for on tips, and so I think we have some consensus there. Where there is disagreement, I think on the tax stuff, is the millionaires and billionaires. And I don't know whether you felt you were constrained for time in your opening testimony or not, but you didn't say anything about the benefits, why we're doing why there's tax relief for millionaires and billionaires. So you might want to. I'm happy to give you the time now to explain why do we need tax relief for millionaires and billionaires, especially when people are worried about increasing the debt and people losing health care and SNAP benefits, but this is going to cost us. So why does Jeff Bezos need a tax break?
Ranking Member McGovern, usually when you hear people say that we're cutting taxes for millionaires and billionaires, they point to Section 199A, which is the small business deduction. Almost 80% of all businesses in the United States are pass-through entities. And by making that permanent, that small business deduction, that is what helps create so many jobs. And that is where your side of the aisle continues to talk about the millionaires and billionaires. And the other section that you talk about is
Jeff Bezos not getting a tax break in this bill?
The other section that you all are talking about within tax cuts is that we're keeping existing tax rates as they are today, moving permanently. We're not reducing those tax rates. We're just keeping them the same. So the fact that we're keeping them the same, you're saying that we're giving Jeff Bezos a tax cut.
But he gets a tax cut in this bill. I mean, I'm looking at some of the statistics here. According to the way I interpret this bill, the top 1% get 22% of the benefit. The top 5% get 43% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit, and the top 20% get 66% of the benefit. And I don't know about your district, but most small businesses in my district are multimillionaires or billionaires. And, you know, you mentioned the child tax credit in your opening. The child tax credit goes down next year because Republicans designed it that way. You made it temporary, but you made tax cuts for corporations permanent. So that's why we're dealing with that. You know, Republicans want to pretend that this bill provides meaningful tax relief to families through their child tax credit modifications. This is patently false. In fact, what Republicans are doing with the child tax credit in this bill is in many ways even worse than doing nothing at all. Under this backwards proposal, 1 in 3 children in America will be ineligible for the full child tax credit. That means millions of American citizen children will lose access to this life-changing assistance that they're currently receiving. In addition, families making more than $400,000 per year will be able to get the full value of the credit, but inexplicably, lower-income families will get nothing or just a fraction of that due to how Republicans structured the tax credit. So the official nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation estimated that next year, if this bill passes, 17 million American citizen children will be blocked from getting the full value of the credit. Now, Republicans claim that they want people to work, but that's just false, because this bill actually strips the child tax credit away from children whose parents do work but just don't earn enough. So under your proposal, even if parents work full-time for an entire year, they'll earn too little to get the full credit if they're paid minimum wage. And again, this is all happening while some of us are astonished by the way that the tax benefits seem to go toward those at the top. And the people who this is not just me or Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee expressing concern about that. I mean, the Children's Hospital Association put out a statement opposing this bill, saying the new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide, and we ask Congress to oppose it, as an act to support America's children. But again, I didn't really get a good answer to why Jeff Bezos needs a tax break. Ms. Moore, I want to make sure that I have this straight, because I talked about this, previously, and I couldn't believe it. But the House bill got rid of the nearly 100-year-old excise tax on gun silencers, right? But that wasn't enough for the Senate. They also got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns. I got to admit, I'm not much of a gun enthusiast, as some of my colleagues here might be, but I would imagine that it's easier to conceal a sawed-off shotgun or rifle, under your clothes. So Republicans are basically doubling down on what I call the hitman handout. Congresswoman Moore, am I right about that? How much would the hitman handout cost taxpayers? And can you talk about any other special interest giveaways in this bill?
Well, thank you for that question. Thank you, Mr. McGovern, for that question. The Senate got rid of the tax on sawed-off shotguns. You're absolutely correct. So there will be no tax on sawed-off shotguns.
Are there any other little giveaways that we know about, or are we going to have to wait for a few days before we find out if there are other?
Well, I think that some other things that we're seeing is that while we're cutting educational opportunity for millions of people, we do provide a tax credit for the so-called choice program that will provide tax credits to those investors that invest in non-public education. We also see that there's a special carve-out for banks of certain loans that will not be taxed. Of course, we do see the protectionist movement toward fossil fuels.
I'm just saying, I think in the coming weeks, we're going to find, coming days, if this becomes law, we're going to find out more stuff. I know, Mr. Smith, I know you wanted
right.
to...
And of course, you remember the silencer.
Oh, yeah, no, which is, I don't... But, Mr. Smith, did you want to respond to why Jeff Bezos deserves a tax cut?
I would be happy to talk about the tax on suppressors and the short barrel rifles that you were asking.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question, but you can, if you want to talk about, explain to us, I think people want to know, like, why does someone like Jeff Bezos need a tax cut when all this other stuff is being cut? And I think that's not an outrageous question. It's what's on a lot of people's minds. By the way, not just Democrats, but independents and Republicans. That's why that's what the polling tells us, is that people don't quite get it. But if there's a quick answer as to why Jeff Bezos or people who earn what he earns deserve a tax cut, then I'm happy to yield to you.
So I'll just say the reality is this legislation is specifically focused on delivering more jobs, permanent tax cuts, and bigger paychecks for hardworking Americans. That's why the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and the tax relief for seniors.
He just spent $50 million on a wedding, and he's getting a tax cut. But whatever. But
I didn't get invited.
Mr.
Did you
McGovern,
get
I did
invited?
find the answer to your question. The $2 billion tax cut on the sawed-off shotguns and so forth comes to about $2 billion.
Thank you. The dedicated nonpartisan civil servants at the Congressional Budget Office, provide fact-based estimates on how much bills will cost the American taxpayer, how many people will gain or lose health coverage, and other important quantifiable pieces of information that all of us, I think, want to have before voting on legislation. And we should be thanking them for the work that they do, and yet Republicans vilify them now. I don't know why. Maybe because Republicans may be threatened by the facts, but I think the facts are important. We need to know how many people are going to lose their health care. We need to know how many people are going to lose their nutrition assistance. We need to know how much it's going to add to the debt. Chairman Arrington, do you agree with CBO's analysis that this bill will add $3.3 trillion to the deficit? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. As the current chair of the Budget Committee, do you agree with President Trump that CBO is, quote, run by Democrats?
I think they are mostly Democrats, and most likely they're biased in that regard philosophically.
Right. Well, in fact, the current director of the CBO is a Republican.
Yeah.
And that's according to a recent interview he gave with the Wall Street Journal.
That's true.
And do you know what you said about the current CBO director when he was reappointed to his position 2 years ago?
Probably something good, I
Yeah,
hope.
you did. You said he has the two key ingredients to faithfully execute the role as our nation's budget scorekeeper, objectivity and integrity. And then now we hear a whole different version because Republicans don't like the numbers. And it's not just CBO saying that your bill will cost trillions. It's every budget modeling organization with any credibility. Do you agree with the Yale Budget Lab that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth? Yes or no?
I probably disagree with most of what's coming out of Yale
Do
University.
you agree with the
including that.
Penn-Wharton budget model that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
I disagree.
Do you agree with the right-leaning tax foundation that your tax cuts will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
I disagree with every organization you've mentioned because of a growth rate assumption.
And they account for growth. Do you agree with the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute that your bill will add trillions of dollars to the deficit, even when accounting for growth?
May I make a clarification?
Yeah.
I mean, you're running through a pretty good list, but I'm
almost done with it.
I think I'll let you finish.
Do you agree with the Tax Policy Center that your tax cuts will
No,
add
sir.
trillions of dollars to the deficit?
I don't.
And what about the House Freedom Caucus? That these tax cuts will, they have a lower estimate, but it'll add over $1 trillion to the deficit and is way more expensive than the House passed bill.
Here's my position. I don't think Democrats or Republicans have gotten serious about addressing the cumulative deficits into the future. And even when President Trump, before he put his hand on the Bible and took his oath for a second term, CBO projected $20 trillion. So I think a lot of organizations will lump the entire $20 trillion. What I would say is this bill is focused on the growth part of the fiscal health equation. And what we have attempted to do is make sure we don't make the deficit problem worse while reaching out to my Democrat colleagues.
So you would disagree with the Freedom Caucus then? I assume that's one of the reasons why Andy Harris is voting against the rule is because he's concerned about what this is going to add to the deficit.
I think there are a number of people concerned about that issue, Mr. McGovern, to be honest with you.
Yeah. In March, you said, and I quote, if the Senate is simply using current policy to get tax cuts permanent while avoiding or skirting the responsibility to bring down spending commensurately, then that is a non-starter. That's end quote.
Yeah.
Then in our April hearing on the budget, when I asked you if you were here supporting a non-starter, you told me I opposed the notion that in the final reconciliation bill that we would have a deficit increase on the watch of a party that claims fiscal responsibility as a core principle. And as recently as June 10th, you signed a letter that said, and I quote, "We remain unequivocal in our position that any additional tax cuts must be matched dollar by real enforceable spending reductions. That union is the cornerstone of the House framework adopted in Section 4001 of H-Con Res 14, and it's the minimum standard for our support," end quote. So you've been very consistent in your demands, and so I have to ask you: did the Senate follow the House's reconciliation restrictions?
They did not.
I mean, according to the latest analysis from the Committee on Responsible Federal Budget, the Senate violated the House's instructions by over $500 billion, and the final bill will add $4 trillion to the national debt, including interest. So here we are with a final bill that does something that you called a non-starter, that violates your core principles, and that doesn't meet what you called the minimum standard for your support. Have your core principles changed since April? I mean,
no, sir.
I mean, do words minimum and non-starter not mean what I think that they mean? I don't understand, why. I mean, if I were on the right of this, I mean, I don't know why, you wouldn't take this opportunity maybe to follow Lisa Murkowski's advice to, maybe have a conference with the Senate and try to work something out. It seems that everything that everybody
may be on to something.
Yeah, well, it's it. Well, and again, if that's the case, then I don't know why we're here in the Rules Committee taking up your time. But Ranking Member Boyle, it seems to me to be the prevailing view of literally every credible budget expert across the country that the Republicans' proposal will blow a multi-trillion-dollar hole in our debt. Even Republicans can't seem to get their stories straight. The Trump White House claims that the bill will reduce the deficit by trillions using magic math. Senate Republicans are opting to pretend that $4 trillion in tax cuts don't count as new tax cuts. And a select few House Republicans, like Congressman Massey, and I hate to add to his misery, Congressman Roy, actually admit that the bill will raise the deficit. Ranking Member Boyle, can you explain in very simple terms what Republicans are doing here by ignoring current law and using an alternative way to estimate the cost of their bill? And is it true that the new version of the bill adds hundreds of billions more to the deficit than what the House Republicans passed earlier this year?
Yes, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I have to give Republicans credit for this. They have been able to get left-leaning groups and right-leaning groups both on the same side, saying exactly the same thing, that this bill adds trillions of dollars to our deficit and debt. To be specific, $4 trillion. Now, one of the ways, process-wise, that the Senate Republicans achieve this is actually truly historic. Ever since 1974, we have operated under the Budget and Impoundment Control Act. That's what created House Budget Committee, Senate Budget Committee. It's what gave birth to the Congressional Budget Office. It was to ensure that all members would have accurate numbers. The official scorekeepers, the Congressional Budget Office, would initiate 10-year projections. And within the process known as reconciliation that was created, these numbers needed to add up. If you were going to have new spending, it needed to be paid for. If you were going to give out tax cuts, that also needed to be accounted for, either through cuts or additional revenue elsewhere. Ever since 1974, we have used something called the current law baseline. So, for example, with these tax cuts, the original 2017 TCJA tax cuts, they're set to expire midnight December 31st of this year. If you want to extend them the following day, the following month, the following year, following decade, so be it, you have to pay for it. Now, because of this legislation, for the first time in 51 years, that will be violated by switching to something that's called current policy baseline. It is an intellectually bankrupt concept. Current policy baseline is jargon for essentially this concept. I bought a donut this morning. I paid for that donut. Now, tomorrow, and the next day, and every day for the rest of my life, that donut will cost me nothing. According to current policy baseline, that is true. This bill uses, make no mistake about it, current policy baseline. And again, because I'm being magnanimous, I want to give Republicans credit. You have just solved Democrats' problem and come up with the way Democrats will pay for Medicare for all. You have actually solved it by using current policy baseline. This is a new precedent that has been set, and when this bill becomes law, if it, God forbid, does become law, this will be the new standard that the Democratic side of the aisle will absolutely follow from now on.
Well, I thank you for that. Chairman Thompson, I want to go to something that Ranking Member Craig mentioned in her opening, because I think this is important. When our committee marked up this big, ugly bill in May, I recall you saying that your bill protects veterans. In fact, you actually took credit for the exemptions from work requirements for veterans, former foster youth, and homeless people that were signed into law as part of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And as we're here now with a bill that actually gets rid of the protections for veterans, for former foster youth, and for homeless individuals, Mr. Chairman, I know you know this, but I'll lay this out for members in this room who don't serve on the Agriculture Committee, like us, and for people watching this at home. This means if this bill gets signed into law, veterans, former foster youth ages 18 to 24, and homeless individuals will now be kicked off of their SNAP benefits after 3 months. So a 64-year-old veteran who can't find a job has nowhere left to turn. I mean, he will go hungry in 3 months. A 19-year-old girl, a 19-year-old who lived a complicated life in and out of different foster homes gets SNAP for 3 months, and then she's out of luck. A person who can't find stable housing and is trying to find a place to stay is kicked off of his food benefits in 90 days. And so, you know, when we're talking about people being hurt, I mean, these are the people that we're talking about. And so my question for you, I mean, do you support removing the protections for veterans?
Well, Mr. McGovern, I'm hesitant to correct you, but my statement was President Biden was the one that was pushing those three populations of having them exempt. From what I saw, and I complained about this at this time in those negotiations, we were cheating those three populations from greater opportunity because we were not going to be able to provide them access to the SNAP employment and career and technical education benefit, which we invest significant monies on. If they can't work, as you know, being on the committee as long as what you have been, and being a champion for nutrition, which I appreciate your passion, that there's two other alternatives: is an average of 80 hours a week working, or 80 hours of volunteer work a month. I'm sorry, 80 hours a month, yeah, of working, volunteering, or engaged in, and quite frankly, it's my favorite. I'll be honest with you. It's engaged in 80 hours of SNAP employment and career and technical education. And so just because somebody can't find a job doesn't mean their benefits stop after 3 months. They could volunteer an average of 80 hours a month and still be eligible. Or better yet, let's give them a shot at the American dream, which is not stuck in poverty. It's having access to that ladder of opportunity.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm not misquoting you here, because this was from 5/14/25, when you said, quote, "This committee, Mark, continues to exempt veterans. That was part of the negotiations I reached with President Biden during the Fiscal Responsibility Act negotiations. Our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement. That is the law. We are not proposing to change the law."
Well, those negotiations
negotiations
are give and take. That was not my position. Okay. I thought we were cheating those three populations, and the House version did leave them intact, given the fact that they would naturally expire on their own after just a few years.
And with respect that somehow we're cheating them of opportunities, I mean,
if we're leaving them stuck in poverty, we're cheating them.
Most states operate voluntary programs and can assign people who are interested in SNAP E&T to the program regardless of work status. These programs are severely limited.
That's right.
Due to a history of underfunding by both the state and the federal government. So even if you're subject to the paperwork requirements. There's no guarantee that you can participate in training because states don't have enough spaces. So this bill subjects millions of new people to the time limit in SNAP, and there aren't nearly enough E&T slots. So to put it in perspective, there were just over 300,000 E&T slots total. The demand is high. And we aren't here talking about more funding for E&T. We are here talking about you kicking more people off of benefits. And just to be honest about what you're doing, please, I think it's important to state that. I don't know, Ranking Member Craig, whether you want to add.
Mr. Ranking Member, I got to say,
happy to. No,
I would challenge you to say there are not plenty of volunteer opportunities in every community.
And people's lives are very complicated. In case you're not out and about in your districts, people's lives are very complicated. People don't fit into these nice, neat categories that everybody that you all outline. That is, life doesn't fall into black and white categories. They a lot of gray area in terms of how complicated people's lives are. Ranking Member Craig?
I would just add, Ranking Member, that these are people who've served this nation in our military, and we each know them. We know homeless veterans. We know those who are suffering with mental illness. And the idea that we are going to take food away from them in their time of need because they can't work 80 hours a month, to me, it's un-American.
Yeah, and I find this a particularly cruel provision in the bill. Ranking Member Craig, this bill sets up a massive new bureaucratic system forcing states to, for the first time ever, cover the cost of providing benefits to people. States have no clue how they're going to come up with the hundreds of millions of dollars to cover SNAP benefits. I mean, CBO and 23 governors wrote to us to say that states may be forced to drop out of SNAP entirely due to the increased cost. States not offering SNAP benefits to people would be catastrophic. It would make hunger exponentially worse in this country and push people deeper into poverty. And I can't even begin to guess what kind of long-term consequences that would have on health care costs, workplace productivity, and educational outcomes. So you don't have to take my word for it. We had 23 governors write to Congress, and they said, quote, if states are forced to end their SNAP programs, hunger and poverty will increase, child and adults will get sicker, grocery stores in rural areas will struggle to stay open, people in agriculture and the food industry will lose their jobs, and state and local economies will suffer, end quote. I ask unanimous consent to insert their letter into the record. Yeah, and in some states, I know Minnesota is one of them, and you mentioned this. And by the way, Mr. Pallone and Ms. Moore, New Jersey and Wisconsin are also on that list. Counties will be on the hook for a portion of that cost. In Minnesota, I think counties will be on the hook for coming up with $43 million per year to continue offering benefits. I know you do your homework, Ms. Craig, and I know you talked to county officials about this. Do county officials in Minnesota have confidence that they can come up with $43 million a year? And if they can't, then what happens?
No, Mr. Ranking Member, they do not. In fact, those county commissioners in Minnesota have been burning up my cell phone all weekend long. States already have skin in the game. 50% of the cost share for administering SNAP goes to the states. And in some states, that cost is even higher. In Minnesota, for example, the cost of administering SNAP, mostly, it's about 80%, falls on the counties. And this bill shifts more of the cost for federal food assistance programs onto them. I've heard from a bunch of them in the last 24 hours. And today, the Minnesota Star Tribune, the headline, front page, was Trump's federal spending bill could force Minnesota counties to raise property taxes. Realistically, Mr. Ranking Member, the only thing that those Minnesota counties are going to be able to do with this unfunded mandate is either raise local taxes, county property taxes, or they're going to have to not fund other priorities in the county.
So this could end up being a tax increase at the state level or at the county level, I mean, in order to be able to make sure that people have the basic necessity of food.
Yeah, for many Minnesotans, the tax increase at the local level is going to just completely offset. It's going to be much, much more than the tiny little tax decrease that some of the folks here are suggesting people may end up with. Look, it's a lose-lose for Minnesotans, but, Virginia, New Jersey, the members on this committee, the Rules Committee, and I would suspect a lot of the folks here, Mr. McGovern, don't actually know about this yet, or you've only learned about it in recent days. Colorado, Ohio, and in particular, North Carolina and New Jersey, where counties pay actually 100% of the administrative cost. In fact, I have a statement here from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners that was issued last week that I'd like to read because I think it should be incredibly important to members of the Rules Committee across the aisle. By reducing federal funding and shifting administrative costs to state and local governments, Congress would force North Carolina and its counties to replace tens of millions of dollars in lost revenue, either by generating new funds through increased taxes or redirecting them from other essential programs. Should the state be unwilling or unable to replace the SNAP benefit reductions, individual counties will be forced to choose between diverting funding from their own programs, raising local taxes, or watching their residents go without this important safety net. Local governments are most disadvantaged to replace SNAP funding. The best way to ensure our residents receive this benefit is to preserve federal funding. It's just really, truly difficult, Mr. McGovern, to see how the people in this room could support a bill that is going to increase taxes at the county level on so many of the states across this country.
And I think this is a big deal. It's a big change. And I do think this should have been the subject of hearings, and we should have heard from people from all around the country as to how they would potentially deal with it or not deal with it, and what the impact would be. I mean, the cynic in me says that maybe part of the deal is to get states to opt out of SNAP and to not provide people a food benefit and just take that off the table. But this is going to have an impact that I think most states don't even have a clue of, right, of what it's going to mean to them.
If I may, Mr.
Sure.
Governor, the CBO scores that you quoted, that was actually when there was state share, that was scored at a state share of 50%.
Well, that was
which is outrageous. And of course, the Senate made some refinements to the process. Any error rates under 6% is a zero cost share. The idea here is not to punish anyone. It's to incentivize the states to do a better job.
And understand, too, that error rates include underpayments.
Well, underpayments or overpayments, because overpayments get clawed back, and that hurts people in future months.
Well, I would encourage us all to read what actually came back from the Senate, because, in fact, 10 states in this country are not going to be subject to the cost shift that others are as a result of a last-minute deal cut over in the Senate by one U.S. senator. And for that matter, I just say last night, the governor of Pennsylvania warned that his state, your state here, some of you here, might have to opt out of the program, leaving 2 million people without federal food assistance if these cuts become law. The consequences for that are health, our rates of childhood obesity, of hunger for economy. It would be devastating if this happens.
And just one quick question. Are undocumented immigrants in SNAP?
No, of course they aren't, by federal law. And look, every member of this committee should just go on their phone. I know you all know how to use a phone. The USDA website clearly states, this is a direct quote, SNAP is not and has never been available to undocumented non-citizens. Only American citizens and certain other select groups of documented, that means they're in this country legally, non-citizens may receive SNAP. It's embarrassing that any member of Congress would actually say that.
I thank you for saying that, because I've heard some of my Republican colleagues on talk shows talking about that.
They aren't, and they never have been.
I don't know what they're talking about. I just have one last set of questions for Energy and Commerce. Mr. Guthrie, President Trump has said time and time and again, and in fact he continues to say, that Republicans will not touch Medicaid. But it blows my mind that he says that. But anyway, if Republicans enact this bill, you will be in clear and total violation of that promise. This bill, as I read it, includes $930 billion in cuts to Medicaid. That's according to the nonpartisan budget scorekeepers at CBO. But just don't take it from me or even from the budget experts. Listen to the doctors and the hospitals across the country that say this bill will devastate health care in this country. The Children's Hospital Association said, and I quote, "The new version of the budget reconciliation bill is a crisis for children's health care, hospitals, and providers nationwide, and we ask Congress to oppose it as an act of support for America's children. Your child, regardless of their insurance status, could see the services they rely on reduced or eliminated with significantly less support to sustain them. The bill amounts to fewer doctors and nurses to see your child, longer wait times, and sicker children," end quote. Hospitals across the country have raised alarms, including in Louisiana, Ohio, and in your home state of Kentucky. On June 26, the Kentucky Hospital Association said that this bill will force hospitals to close and endanger 20,000 health care jobs in your state. In total, estimates suggest that more than 300 rural hospitals and over 500 nursing homes could close because of this legislation. The fact that this bill cuts Medicaid has even been confirmed by key Republicans, including Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, the Chairwoman Fox's home state, who asked, quote, "What do I tell 663,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore?" So, Chairman Guthrie, can you answer that question? Like, what should Senator Tillis tell the hundreds of thousands of people in North Carolina who will be pushed off of Medicaid because of the cuts in funding? And what about the 40,000 people in my district in Massachusetts who will lose their health care? I mean, I think you think that they deserve to know why cutting these benefits is such a priority, and especially because the offsets are being used, again, not to reduce the deficit or the debt, but to pay for tax cuts for very wealthy people.
Yeah, let me start with, as we were here before, the people who were losing their health insurance on the Medicaid side of it, the people who were most affected, one, were illegal. There are people that are illegal that receive Medicaid benefits through states that choose to do that.
Yeah,
that
not
was
federal
birded out of the bill, so that's not part of it.
Right.
So you got the most.
But never federal Medicaid.
Well, there's two ways to do it. One is they use the federal office that's 90/10, whatever you want to call it, to administer it. So that's what we were looking at, is the administration costs. The other thing is you don't have to verify legal status until 90 days into being on Medicaid. So there's people technically be on Medicaid, and it's scored, so there's no, that it happens with CBO, and that was not allowed in by the Byrd rule. So the other is people that are not eligible because of eligibility rules, and the people that are able to work. It was 4.6 million. That number is of people who were estimated that were able to work. And we say able to work, it's people all the ones that you talked about with mental health, with all the other, they're exempted out, people with substance use disorder.
Well, according to the Joint Economic Committee, 184,526 people will lose their health care coverage in Kentucky. Are they all deserving to lose their health care benefits?
So I would say if they're able to work and choose not to work, when I say under the restrictions that we have for eligibility, most Kentuckians think, I know there was some criticism that came out from the governor's office of our bill, but if they're defending people that are able to work and they're not working.
That's an awful lot of people in Kentucky. Ranking Member.
Well, Kentucky has one of the lowest workforce participation rates, people who are eligible to work that are working, and they'll be better off if they're working.
Yeah, I want to make just one statement before I go to Mr. Colon. This notion that, all these millions and millions of Americans really are living the easy life, staying home watching TV and being on Medicaid and being on SNAP is ludicrous. A food benefit that's on average $2 per meal for an individual. I mean, it's just it's so offensive to people in this country. I don't know whether you talk to your constituents who are on Medicaid, but I'll tell you, their lives are oftentimes very, very complicated. And I think part of why this bill is so unpopular is because people think you're talking about them.
I agree that people have complicated lives. Not everybody you said it, not everybody fits into a neat category, but it doesn't make sense to let people there are a substantial number, according to studies, of people that are receiving Medicaid that could otherwise be working. That's why we were very careful to sculpt provisions where people that are on substance use disorder, right. People that are mental health, they're all exempted. People with dependent child at home.
Living through the last 24 hours and watching the machinations of the United States Senate trying to add things, take things out, move things around, using the words very careful don't seem to apply here. And I'm willing to bet you anything that if this thing becomes law, you know, you'll find out in a few days that there's something in here that none of us knew was in there, or that has an adverse impact on something that we care about, and it's going to be too late to do anything about it. So I'm just telling you, this was not a very careful process. We don't know all of the implications about what is coming before
Well,
us
the
today.
eligibility requirements from the House that stood, and those were very carefully drafted because of the points you made.
So, Ranking Member Pallone, Republicans continue to falsely claim that the only people who will lose health insurance will be undocumented people or people who sit at home watching TV all day. Can you address this point and discuss who will lose health care under this bill, who is actually losing health coverage, and why do they need Medicaid and the ACA?
Well, let me divide the answer in two parts. One is about the people that lose their health insurance, and the second is about the cuts to providers and the children's hospitals and the other things you mentioned. First of all, the Republicans have to stop. I know they won't, but they have to stop saying that the only thing they're doing here is work requirements or paperwork. The bottom line is that if you talk about the $1 trillion that's going to be cut here, or the 17 million people that are going to lose their health insurance, there's probably only a third of that $1 trillion that's related to the paperwork. Now, that's significant because the bottom line is that, it's not fair. Use the Georgia example I've used a million times, where they estimated there were 300,000 or 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, and only 4,500 of those actually got Medicaid because of the paperwork requirements. Meaning, you've got to file every month. You have to show that if you're not working, it's because of a level of disability that's impossible to reach. That's maybe a third of it. The rest of it is all the other cuts, right? So, for example, with regard to the ACA, the subsidies, the enhanced subsidies are gone. So if your health insurance costs you, is valued at, say, $5,200 a year, and you're paying $100 a month, you're now going to have to pay an extra $4,000 that would have been subsidized, and you can't afford it, so therefore you don't get health insurance, right? So this is not primarily about paperwork requirements, although those paperwork requirements are so awful that a lot of people will lose their health insurance. The other thing I was going to say too is that you're talking about the Children's Hospital. This is what the Senate did that made this so much more onerous. We don't talk about CHIP, right? Much. You haven't heard much about that. But what's been done collectively between the House and the Senate with CHIP is devastating, right? So now there are lifetime and annual limits on how much can be spent for a child on CHIP. There are provisions that say that you have to wait 30 days before you're eligible for CHIP. So the children's hospitals are devastated, in part, not only because of Medicaid and the ACA cuts, but also because of the impact on CHIP. And then what the Senate did with the provider tax was even worse, because you understand that there's two things here that hospitals depend on. If they're failing, a state like New Jersey will give them what we call direct state payments so that they don't fail. Those are significantly cut back in the House and the Senate bill. The provider tax, if you say in the House bill, we said, well, we're going to just keep the provider tax the way it is. You can't raise it due to inflation. You can't change it any other way. But they didn't change the status quo. What the Senate did is to scale back and say every year the provider tax is going to be less and less. And then if you don't get that provider tax at the state level, then you can't give the providers, in this case the hospitals and nursing homes, the level of money so that they can actually operate. So, look, I don't want to eliminate the emphasis on the paperwork or whatever the Republicans call it, the work requirements. That's devastating enough. But you have to understand that that's a certain percentage of this overall cuts. It's not the majority. A lot of this is just directly cutting these programs and the amount of funding that's coming to the providers.
Right.
That's what's going on here.
Thank you. Mr. Guthrie, are you aware how much damage this bill is going to do to the clean energy industry in Kentucky? I mean, I have a letter here addressed to you from manufacturing companies in Kentucky, and the letter states, quote, there are already more than 14,000 clean energy jobs in Kentucky in the battery, manufacturing, automotive, grid infrastructure, critical minerals, and clean energy industries, end quote. The letter further states that $8 billion in announced funding for these industries to your state has yet to be spent, and is a significant risk if this bill passed. That sounds like a heck of a lot of jobs. I mean, what do you say to these employers? And and I mean, on the tax portion of this bill, I mean, what do you tell the thousands of people who could lose their jobs from Kentucky, or for that matter, in Missouri? I mean, who want to work in these high-paying industries? I mean, this bill is a job killer and a climate killer.
If they're the largest battery plants are in my district, one battery plant, Ford offers a good product people are going to buy. They were going to build 2 battery plants in my district. They built 2 plants. They're going to equip one because they make a good product and people are going to buy it. They're not going to equip the other. They're looking for other uses for it. The other one is actually in my hometown. And I say this, and I've told people who've asked me about this, I think if people choose to buy an electric vehicle, that's absolutely their choice. I don't think it's the federal government's job to mandate them to do so. And I think it's better off for the American people, regardless of what the specific issues. But I think people are going to end up buying these cars because they're good products. But I don't think that they should be mandated. I just don't think they should be mandated to be bought.
Well,
Mr. McGovern, our clocks have gone wonky on us. Now it's been going about 40 minutes.
No, and I
think that's really testing.
No, and I appreciate the chairwoman's admonition, but with all due respect to everybody who's here, I mean, this is a big deal, and we don't even have time to read everything in this bill, and for many of us who have looked at the House bill and tried to follow what's going on in the Senate, we are really worried about how it's going to impact our constituents, and so I get it, but we have no other opportunity to be able to ask these questions and get these answers. And so, again, I apologize to the panel, but this is important, and I will.
Can I finish my thought, though?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
But if I was a business and my member of Congress was not going to mandate that people buy my product, I might send them a letter as well.
We're not mandating you to buy a product.
Well, they're mandating you have to buy electric.
We're actually trying to get an industry off the ground and maybe provide a little help in combating climate change and actually being good to this planet. Yeah, and so anyway, I think people would rather that than tax cuts for Jeff Bezos. I yield that.
Thank you very much. I want to take 5 seconds. We've heard mention of people who are on SNAP and on welfare having complicated lives. Let me tell you, the most complicated lives of the people in this country who are working 40-plus hours a week to pay their taxes and deal with their children and health care and other things. I don't hear too many people defending those people.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, the majority of able-bodied adults on SNAP work for a living, and the majority of people on the program are children and they're senior citizens. So let's not leave the misimpression that that program is just for people who don't work.
Mr. Norman.
I want to thank all the committee heads, Chairman, for what you've done. The first bill that we put out, each of you worked hard to get. Each of you had things and were part of the process. Our Democrat colleagues, no one voted for our bill that the House sent over. No one agrees with giving money back to the taxpayer that they earned. And to have my good friend, Mr. McGovern, question whether there were really people who are able-bodied, and it's not that many of them, you hadn't been in the real world. You go to that restaurant, you go to that electrician, you go to that tire manufacturer. Every day, the number one concern is getting people who are willing to do hot work. It's not there. You've been in government too long. And all I would say is that the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're sitting here talking about something that we hadn't read fully. We hadn't got a copy of it. Now, Mr. McGovern, I do agree with you on that, the fact that we should have it in hand. I think the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're adding debt to our children and grandchildren who are defenseless. Debt is a curse. And Jody, you were right. We got to reverse the curse. And what the Senate did is unconscionable. What they did to our bill was unconscionable. And that's why, I will be, unlike my Democrat colleagues, they will not support anything their new leader in New York, Mandani, government-run stores, government-run gas stations, government-run apartments. I wonder how many U-Haulers are now leaving New York, and the socialist theory just does not work. So, I'm against this because of what the Senate did. I'll vote against it here, and I'll vote against it on the floor until we get it right. And the fact is, the good news, we're going to pass the tax cuts. The tax cuts don't expire until the December of this year. We're going to pass the tax cuts. And I think we're going to go back to the drawing table. It is my hope we'll go back to the drawing table and get very close to what we sent the Senate, because instead of each individual senator getting a goodie bag and sacrificing the health of this country is an abomination to, again, the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence. So I do think that hopefully we'll get to that. We're not there yet, but I think hopefully we will be, and the American people will be better off for it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd first yield to Mr. McGovern.
No, the gentleman just took a swipe at me. Let me return a swipe by saying I think he spent too much time at Mar-a-Lago and with people who are well off and well connected. He needs to spend a little bit more time talking to people who are struggling in this country. And by the way, I think we just have another announcement of somebody who's opposed to the bill. Are you opposed to the rule too?
Yes, I'm going to vote against the rule, and I'm going to vote against.
So that's three. If we get one more, then then we're done for today, and you can go and work out something different. So I don't know why we're here if we already know three people who are going to vote against the rule. We're not even get this thing to the floor unless you cave, which has become a kind of a pattern around here. But I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Yeah, it's interesting how many qualms we're hearing from across the aisle, whether the Senate or the senators. Yes, it is. Whether it's senators or members of the House who don't think this bill is ready to go. I couldn't agree more. I think it's the most expensive bill in the history of our nation. I had a town hall this weekend. My constituents have questions about it. I've got a lot of questions about it. All the reports we're seeing come out have that it's the biggest wealth transfer in our nation's history. It's the largest effort to kick people off their health care in history. It's a sweeping assault on nutrition assistance that's going to have kids going hungry and also without health care. So I think it's a monstrosity. I don't think it's defensible either morally or economically. It's supposed to reduce the national debt, and it adds trillions to the national debt. That's because the real purpose is not debt reduction. I think it's pretty clear. The real purpose is to give tax cuts to billionaires and big business in service to this failed economic theory of trickle-down economics, which has proven over half a century to never spur the kind of economic growth to make up for the deficits that tax cuts for billionaires create. If Republicans run through these tax cuts, our economy will not magically overperform to make up the lost revenue. It just doesn't work that way. But we will see even more income inequality as the rich, the Musks, the Bezos, the Mar-a-Lago millionaires get richer and everybody else gets left behind. Some of our colleagues say they hate this bill or they don't like parts of it, but at the end of the day, they have lacked the guts to stand up for the American people, and they have voted for this travesty of a bill over and over again because the head of their party wants it. Time and again, we've seen the only Republicans willing to stand up for their constituents in the country are those who are on their way out the door. So what kind of moral compass does one need to have to think that a millionaire deserves a tax cut, but a working mom should lose her health care? As Ranking Member Moore suggested, our bills, our budgets make clear what our priorities are. And what's clear here is that Trump's Republican Party only cares about rich people and large companies. They don't care about working people. They don't care about kids. They don't care if you need Medicare or SNAP to make ends meet. This bill is an unconscionable attack on the middle class and on our poorest American neighbors. It's a 940-page testament to Republican values, and those values are grim. It's really shocking to see the supporters of this bill trying to justify taking away health care from 17 million people, kicking 5 million people off SNAP, causing the closure of hundreds of nursing homes, community health centers, and hospitals across the country, allowing mining and oil drilling on our public lands and in our public forests, raising energy costs for consumers across the country, while adding nearly $4 trillion to the national debt so that the mega rich can get mega richer. Who in their right minds thinks this is a good deal for the American people? For every millionaire that gets a tax cut, 19 people will be kicked off their health care and 6 people will lose their food assistance. I don't think these measures reflect the values of the hardworking families that I represent in Pennsylvania's 5th, and I don't think it's what most Americans want now that we have the details in writing. And that's why I think this hearing is particularly important, as this bill has been constructed over the weekend with last-minute additions, in, they're out. We all need to be reading this bill and not after taking the votes. This bill puts the government's weight entirely on the side of the wealthy and well-connected. It values caviar over kids. It values hedge funds over health care, and it values Mar-a-Lago over the middle class. The health care cuts alone in this bill are breathtaking. Medicaid, a program that ensures over 90 million Americans, including almost half of all the births in this country, is on the chopping block. The bill slashes state funding, imposing work requirements and paperwork traps, and repealing incentives to expand Medicaid altogether. And the Republican justification for these Medicaid cuts is bull. As we have heard, as anyone who's looked at it knows, federal Medicaid does not cover undocumented immigrants. But it does cover millions of children, including 99% of all foster kids, which I know is a particular concern for Rep. Moore, almost half the births in this country, and 1/3 of all kids with cancer. And that's whose health care coverage is being threatened by this bill. The work requirements are a particularly cruel hoax. They don't increase employment, they just increase the red tape. And I thought our Republican colleagues were against bureaucracy and red tape. When Arkansas tried similar work requirements, over 18,000 people lost coverage, and there was no increase in employment. This bill mandates similar complicated paperwork requirements so that a Medicaid recipient has to prove they're doing 80 hours a month of work or community engagement, even though the vast majority of folks on Medicaid are already working, in school, or caring for a family member. So even though most Medicaid recipients are working, if they forget to file a form, if they miss a verification deadline, if their employer fails to respond, or if their state agency makes a mistake,